5 years ago.
6.
Hello, everyone. And that is, we're back once again. Your regular old movie review critic, cheap seat critic podcast. I am, as always, am a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And today we're covering a classic. At least in my opinion, it's a classic. One of my favorites. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
Yes, it is also one of my favorites.
Yeah, I figure we should probably get to, because it's kind of on the older side now, early 2000s, if I'm remembering correctly, 2005-ish. No,
Yeah, 2005.
okay. Then yeah, we should probably talk about our history with this movie if we have any. So I'll throw this over to Sprinks first.
Okay. I guess follow up. It's not what I would not classify this as one of my favorite movies. Just to go with you two. My history with this movie is I've seen it once, not counting this time, so total twice now. But I saw it once with Crimson a long time ago, and I think we watched it on a bus.
Yes.
Huh. All right, that's fair. I may as well ask you, Crimson, and then what your history of this movie is.
Yeah, this is probably my sixth time seeing it, I would think. Yeah, Sprinks and I used to go on the bus to school, and I had a portable DVD player, and I like to show him new things he hadn't seen before, and this was one of them.
Oh, that's actually kind of sweet.
Yeah, I don't remember the first time I saw this, but I really much enjoy it.
I guess that just leaves me. I don't remember the first time I saw it either, but I've also seen this around 5 or 6 times myself, and this being the 5th or 6th time that I've seen it. And I really love the archetypes of characters that are in this movie. And I still think it holds up rather well today. Surprisingly, it aged well. And
unless you read certain reviews.
Unless you read certain reviews from certain sections of the internet
that you could say that about any movie.
Yeah, that's fair, I suppose. But it's just the criticism that's out there for this movie. Oh, I got a helicopter. Hold on. Is that you gonna go away now?
Is it John?
That'd be funny. Is he showing up at his anniversary finally? I don't know. Oh, holy fuck. No, those are Apaches going over my house. Holy shit.
That's fine.
Maybe I think they're hunting John. No. I think one of the only facts I know about the movie is that this is the movie that where Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie actually got together and became a couple, because a lot of the on-screen chemistry and tension is very real, apparently.
Yeah, and you can feel it.
Oh yeah.
The start of Brangelina.
Very
stupid name.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the ship names are stupid, and I say that as an avid shipper myself. Let's see. I guess we're gonna do the 5-act structure. And unless anyone's got anything to add about potential facts for this movie, we're just gonna dive right in.
Yeah, nothing too interesting.
Yeah, there were for me.
There were 50 endings written out, and they went with the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, that's kind of funny, I guess. Yeah, sure. They weren't sure how they were going to end it as they were filming.
Well, no, it wasn't as filming there. The director or whatever just wanted the best ending possible, so we wanted to see a bunch of different ones. Oh. And they went with the first one anyways.
Oh. I mean, that's how it goes sometimes, so. But that's kind of cool. Didn't know that. Very nifty. Alright, so the first act is going to be from the beginning to when from the beginning to where they're living their domestic life together, and it's going to end when they both finish up at a dinner party after their respective assassinations. Spoilers for those who somehow haven't seen this film.
Yeah, why are you here?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess for the opening, I'll throw this to Springs first again. Once again, you got anything in the first act you want to talk about?
Let's see. I know, Ryder, you prefer linear to go, even though it's acts and can jump around in the act.
Yeah.
But I'll go with I like that their first interaction of each other, they have matching white outfits.
Yes. They do a very good job with the coloring of their outfits in the movie to kind of convey their a lot of the symbolism. Because the outfit coloring I think is very important because that is a consistent theme throughout the whole movie. So
At points when they're together and in same shades or coloring, and then when they're at opposites with each other.
yep. Um,
Flew
and-
right over my head.
oh yeah. I mean I'll point it out as we go because I wrote down significant notes tracking that.
That's the kind of stuff Crimson doesn't really pick up in movies, I've learned.
Yeah. No, that one was a very consistent thing. You'd be surprised. But yeah, no, I totally agree. The plain white outfits that they're wearing when they first meet each other, and also just when they're living their domestic life in their house, and just the plain white does a lot to just kind of like convey what I guess is the kind of the innocence of it, I suppose, or the because it turns into honesty later, but it's a very good place to start. Um, yeah. What about you, Crimson?
Where would I want to start? How about their first dance in the thunder, lightning storm in Bogota, Colombia, that way around. Um, yeah, already you can see the chemistry right off the bat. I don't know the film order that they did in this movie because usually they aren't filmed in order.
Mhm.
So I'm curious if this was filmed later while the two got to know each other more, or if it was really just they got into it real quick.
Yeah.
But it was pretty good, and I like after like in the morning when they woke up, she looked around like the standard where the guy left her, but he came back with food.
Yeah,
And
because
she was all happy and stuff.
the room service ran away. So
Yeah, and outside the window you can see the smoke and fire.
yeah, a missile shaking the
Stuff going
building.
Very
um,
romantic together.
That's something I'll touch on a little of the missile shaking the building. Both of them are relatively, calm of the gunfire and the missiles and everything, which to me is already which shows their character already of they're not, squeamish to that,
yeah,
but also to each other. So more of like a chemical bond that, they have a similarity they both share, is
Yeah.
that they're both calm in that way.
yeah. We also kind of also in the same scene. We also just before they get together officially, when they're playing the fool for each one another to kind of fool the police, it shows they both are armed.
Yes.
We're clued in instantly as to what they do, pretty much.
Gutsy play on their parts.
Oh yeah,
Because if Angelina Jolie's like, yeah, I'm with him, and he's like, I don't know her. Plan fell apart,
Yeah.
or vice versa.
yeah. I think that he, with his being informed that terrorists or they're hunting for tourists, I think that was enough to convince him to go along with that. But yes,
And that brings up a question for me to ask.
Mhm.
Because they're looking for singular tourists because the Barracuda has been found dead. Do you think one of these two were the assassin?
oh absolutely,
That's my takeaway.
oh absolutely, one of them was responsible. Yes, as to which one, it's fairly ambiguous.
Yeah, I always just assumed it was her because she was the one looking like she's on the run while he's just chilling there.
Yeah,
But not really any evidence otherwise.
yeah,
Other than they're both armed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Other, yeah.
You know?
Which think it was her.
I mean, it would probably would be her, given how her kill count is like 3 times the size of his.
312.
So yeah, so
Yeah.
most likely it is her, just by virtue of numbers. um,
Yeah, especially after 6 years. Yeah, actually, he's pretty slow. 6 years and 60 kills, plus the years before that he's presumably been working. It's like 10 a year.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's definitely a clear difference in their agencies.
Oh yeah.
One is extremely technological and professional. The other one's like they're in like a dour office, and yeah, sure, the computers are high tech, but nothing else really is.
That's where the whole budget went.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, let's see. I think, for me, if I want to pick a scene, I really like their domestic life at home. Like just the way that like he casually throws a basketball over his head and it just makes the shot. And the way she's balancing perfectly on a chair to put up her curtains.
I don't know why she did that though.
Like I said, I assume it's just boredom, and they have the skill set. Same for both of them. Like yeah, because if anyone saw that either of them do this, they would look sideways at it. But I assume it's just them being not necessarily bored with their domestic lives. It's just them. It's just their skill set bleeding into their the monotony of it, I suppose.
For in the film's purpose of the characters, I agree. For the film to use such as each of these, and it kind of only once that it happens, the basketball in the chair. I think it also pertains to the audience to show their
Something's
skills
off.
in a way of not communicating, not like like someone pulling up a sheet and listing off all their accomplishments.
Yes,
Kinda thing.
because
Yeah, that's
we
definitely the purpose of that.
because outside of because yeah, I agree with that. Because outside of them being like armed, we don't know what they're capable of yet and what their skill set is.
And curious how, because they kind of play it off like it's kind of a mystery, like these are two suspicious characters. What are they? I wonder how many people actually, when this came out, hadn't seen the trailer and went in trying to figure out what's going on. That'd be interesting, because presumably I haven't seen the trailer, but I would imagine it shows them being cool assassin spies.
I mean, I could see a version of the trailer where those two shots, pretty much him like throwing the basketball over his head and her balancing to put up her curtains. I can see a version of a trailer where that's all you got in the trailer. Like all it did was just show the domestic life, and that was the end of the teaser. Was those two odd things? If they're going a mystery route of it, but I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen the trailer, so.
Yeah, I don't think they'd sell as much if it just looked like a slice of life movie.
That's also fair.
Probably has all the action stuff.
I like the foreshadowing shown in the scene of Jane rock climbing with her friend and Eddie and John at the boxing.
Yes, and
Right.
like they're doing their own physicality stuff, and yeah.
True, but I like how at this point John and Jane both know they're getting married, and John is expressing, or at least shares with Eddie, that he's getting married. To my knowledge, Jane never shared that information. Just talking about meeting John and being with John.
Yeah.
It was pretty much just a love talk.
Yeah.
So
marriage talk.
for Jane, she's staying focused to the task at hand by rock climbing with very little difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's just looking for a spot, climbing, talking to her friend, having a good time. For John, however, he seems so more emotional in getting married that he's getting his ass handed to him.
Yep.
It's not
He's
an even
focused on
fight.
he's focused on the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's good foreshadowing later of Jane sticking to the task at hand and John being more emotionally attached to things.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's also and it's building up the characters really well, in that sense. Let's see.
pretty much everything they say or do in this pushes their characters. There's not really any wasted lines or
Oh yeah,
scenes really in this.
there really isn't. I guess I have a bit of an odd question that I think became noticeable for me near the end of the first act. So I'll pass this to you. Question: Was the audio edited weirdly for you?
There
To
was
what capacity?
there's one scene, I think it's in this first act, that I did replay 3 times because it just sounded off the first time it was played. And that is the only, I guess, audio situation throughout the movie that appeared to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when Jane was, she was talking about, it was dinner. She was making dinner, and she says something to John. And it's just a shot of Jane turning her head. I forget what she says, but that was the only audio that sounded like off or like dubbed in to me.
Fair enough. Crimson.
I didn't really catch anything. I don't know what the issue is you're pointing out. Is it just
the main issue is I couldn't understand what they were saying some of the time throughout most of the movie. And don't get me wrong, I get it 95% of the time, but every now and again something slips by really quickly where I don't think the dialogue was loud enough to be conveyed for my understanding. And it might have just been me, but I was just curious if that was for everyone. Because there was a point where I had to replay a scene and turn on subtitles a few times.
No, I didn't get affected that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't either.
All right, cool. Then I will only write it off as a me problem.
Going from what we said earlier of the color outfits and whatnot, scene comes up after the rock climbing and boxing of them heading off to quote unquote work, and Jane is in a lighter gray outfit, and John's in a darker black. Gets in his dark black car, and she gets in a lighter gray, and then they go in opposite directions, one left, one right.
Yes, and I also, just to kind of keep with the theme of coloring, I have to note that the black suit is over his white shirt.
That is a good detail.
Yes.
That what is that they're connected, but he's putting on the outfit, the job.
Yes.
Which is the opposite. Nice touch.
Yep.
Well, this is brand new news.
I know Crims is gonna have to rewatch the movie. Crims is gonna rewatch.
It just seems like, yeah, it just seems like nothing to me. But
I would agree that it would normally seem like nothing, Crimson, but it's actually like throughout the whole movie, like in every scene, it's actually very important.
I'm going to slightly apologize for going a little off topic here,
okay,
which is not something I tend to do, but just a little. If we ever get around to a movie called Catch Me If You Can by Steven Spielberg, there back in high school. Back in high school, I had a paper to do on it, and I wrote a whole paper. And Crimson thought I was an absolute madman for the topic of what my paper was about in that movie, and I got a straight A. And Crimson still can't believe it. That is one of those details that is happening as we're explaining in Mr. and Mrs. Smith right now.
Yeah, it is.
Crimson.
Yeah, it is a consistent theme and detail that they actually push forward. So, it's definitely not a throwaway thing. It was definitely very intentional.
For more setup during this carpet, they almost bump into each other as well.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Would you think after 6 years they'd be used to who goes first? But it's setting up for something later.
True.
Yeah.
But then again, I do believe that, as I said earlier, if John's more emotional tie-in, he stops and lets Jane go first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, everything affects the characters in this movie.
Yeah,
or shows a facet of the character.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I got another one. I love the dinner table scene of "Can you pass the salt?" And then she replies, "In the middle of the table." And she also says, "It's in between you and me." And I really layered dialogue that was. I really appreciated it. like because it's the elephant in the room that neither of them are addressing, and that's how they played it. At least that's what I got from it, um, and I really liked it. So this is
What exactly is the elephant?
the elephant being that because well, if we're gonna be very literal here, it's obviously their jobs and the secrets that they're keeping from one another. Because at this point, it's also intercut with her therapy scene, because they both have individual time with the therapist, and then they have time together with the therapist, and this is when they're seeing the therapist by themselves.
Mhm.
So the literal thing is that they're keeping secrets from each other. So there's just a little bit of salt between them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
There we go. Now I get what you're throwing down.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a. It's real minor,
hmm
but it's cool, the whole basketball and chair thing, as we stated. But why was John like moving a lawnmower in the rain?
He said that the gardener left it out.
Okay.
Yeah. There is a line of dialogue for that, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The gardener left it out, so he put it away.
Um,
Which is kind of weird that there's a gardener. You think maybe Jane would have an employee do that since they do the food as well, or do you
The-
think the gardener is Jane's?
I think they could be not one and the same, but I think from the same like calling in people kind of thing. Because that's
Yeah.
kind of Jane's shtick of like the dinner and could be the gardener and the paid actor to be her dad. You know,
yeah.
she kind of calls people in.
Yeah, that's true. She's more willing to do that. Yeah. Um, we should also. I think as they go off, this is also they have their first assassinations as well in the first act, don't they?
Yes.
We should probably talk about those at some point.
Yeah, because they're good.
Yeah, they're good. Um, I do have one issue with Jane's, but it's not a major one. It's just a
You mean how publicly she rappelled down a building? You know,
Uh,
yeah.
I was going to talk more about how gravity works, and she needs more than her arm strength to stop terminal velocity from that height.
It's fine. She's got a robotic shoulder blade that
Yeah,
kept her
it's-
arm in her socket.
Hers was not practical.
It
And
looked
she
cool, but it was not practical.
She also left it,
Yeah.
so and she was not wearing gloves, so she left prints.
Well, she's a professional. She had super glue on her fingertips. So.
That was never shown. What was shown was
I
no
don't know.
gloves.
What we know is she's a professional, and that's sloppy. So I have to assume she's better than
The only thing I could go off of is because beforehand, when she's being very seductive, she's wearing gloves then. Or just the long black leather ones, but
Yeah.
I believe.
Didn't she? She snapped her neck, the guy's neck, with her gloves on, right?
Well, she definitely snapped his neck.
Oh yeah.
You know what? No, remember,
Um,
they're not technically gloves. They're like sleeves with the
Oh,
strand around
yeah.
the brain fingers. No, they're not gloves.
Hmm.
But yeah, technically, then yeah, she put her fingers all over the guy's face.
Hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not a guarantee to get prints off of
Uh,
bodies.
it-
but,
it's harder to
definitely
get-
an added risk.
It's definitely an added risk. My biggest risk with her scene is the she would not be able to stop falling herself from terminal velocity with one hand. Yes, she's very
Even with two
skilled.
hands.
Yes, she's very skilled. Well, I mean, like there is a part of this that I could buy it, but it'd be she needs to like that ring needs to be much bigger and needs to function a bit more like a bungee cord than a dead
What
stop.
city was she in again? Did they state where she was?
Was this New York?
It looked.
'Cause that's what I was thinking.
It looked
I
like
know
New York.
John's in New York because he gets out of a New York taxi.
Yeah, because if this is New York, she definitely would have been filmed, and even in 2005, there were a lot of cameras in
That's-
New York.
I don't know
Uh,
how much I want to touch. I'll touch on that later. That is
and
a
this-
big problem.
This
for
would have
me.
been news of an assassination and a woman rappelling down a building.
Yeah, like I said, I can buy that not being as much of an issue, given how involved her corporation is with surveillance and stuff like that. So I can believe that they hacked camera feeds and things like that for her to get away. My biggest issue that I can't explain away easily is the whole repelling thing, especially because the grapple is essentially left there. But
I agree.
yeah, because I can explain, because there's enough for me to buy that the corporation she works for would have done something about the camera feeds, would have done everything that they in their power to do something about that, because they're a very, very high tech company, with a lot of resources. Very clearly, like they very intricately plan assassinations. So I'm
And
very yeah.
I was just gonna say
The
you
problem
can
is we're
easily
never
kill.
shown that they did that. So.
No,
That's
also in the
true.
scene, her intelligence. It's very small, but they're watching Jeopardy, and she just answers the question before it even comes up, showing how smart she is. So that kind of also goes with it. It's not like a clumsy mistake in my eyes.
Yeah. So I like I said, there could be more to this scene that we're not shown, but like I said, my biggest issue is the repelling thing. So I guess but overall, I do love the. I guess I have a soft spot for femme fatales, so I love the femme fatale.
You don't say.
Yeah, it's very out of character for me, right? It's just, um, but watching this movie again has made me realize that I want Crimson to write a Burn Notice fan fiction with specific Mr. and Miss Smith characters.
Yeah, me writing.
um,
Double whammy. I'd have to write and I'd have to read what I wrote. Yeah, right.
um, but I do like her assassination overall, just because they both have very, very different methods of getting into their target, but they also clearly shows their intelligence and the lengths that they're both willing to go to get to their target. Um, so I guess we should talk about Mr. Smith's attack, unless we have anything else to say about Jane's.
Just poor Mr. Racine. You know.
Yeah, he just wanted the kinky night, and he didn't get that.
She sells some big guns to bad people. Huh?
Yeah, he got a little bit.
He got whipped.
Yeah, he got whipped. You know, he's getting. He
Also-
started enjoying himself.
Also, something that helps of the two characters is Jane is very single target, in and out, and John is there is collateral damage sometimes.
Like you said, 90% instinct.
Yeah, like he's very yeah, I just agree with that. Very
And
different.
he has one target, but because there's witnesses, got to take them all out.
Yep.
He's on the fly.
Also, I think it's a little on the nose. I wouldn't say it's too much to ruin it, but it's a little on the nose that the guy's name is Lucky.
Oh, I loved that. I wrote that down later because when both of them get home, he said, "I put money on the game," and she asked, "How'd you do?" And he said, "I got lucky." And there's 3 meanings behind that. I loved that.
Yeah.
Because the guy's name is Lucky, who he killed. Lucky as in he actually won the game. And lucky as in suspicion of cheating, because earlier for her job, she said it will just be a quickie. And he made a reaction like, she's cheating as well. So I thought that was pretty cool.
There's a lot of like I said, there's a lot of layers in the dialogue. I whether or not it's his name, it's his nickname. So I was okay with that. There's a bit of payoff there for that. I do like the way he stumbles in, drunk, and really plays it up.
Well, you guys playing poker?
He played his character very well, up until he sobered up really quickly to kill his target.
He's cold.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He must
buddy with these guys.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a quote by Jim Carrey, of this scene of the two of them doing their jobs is, oh, what was it? Men fall in love with what they see, women fall in love with what they hear. That's why women wear makeup and men lie. And it made me think of, she's using like seduction tactics to get to her target of how she looks to get in, and he's using what he says to lie to get to his target.
Huh. That's actually kind of nice. Fits really well.
And Eddie even brings up how she probably slept around with her targets to get close to them later.
Yeah. I would also say he was wearing off-white, right? Springs for this scene? Like,
For taking out Lucky.
yeah. He was wearing an off-white, right? Or gray?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it wasn't pure white. It was an
So
off
how would
jacket with a white shirt.
So how would that one be relevant to any symbolism if there's no comparison to her, unless you're just saying
Well, hers is
dominant nature
hers is in all black. She's 100% full mode. Like she's in her seductive mode. She's doing what she needs to do. She's going to kill him. He is like, as Crimson Spring said, is lying his way into his target's room, but he's also he's playing up the innocent act, which is why it's an off white.
He's also in 3 layers. He
Yeah.
has the white shirt, and he has a, I guess, off-white sweater, and then he has a very light gray jacket. And it could just be the opposites shown of, you know, Jane in all black and him in more of white, but also that he has more layers and like holds their connection to closer to his heart, which is, I know, kind of cheesy to say, but he's holding the more white close to him, and then it gets a little darker and darker for the job at hand.
Yeah, it's definitely as I said, it's gonna be something Springsteen are gonna bring up a lot, Crimson. So fuck yourself up for that.
yeah.
um,
It's probably
Audience as well.
nuts.
yeah. Do we? I think with that we should just move to the neighborhood party.
Okay, with the neighborhood party, he only changed his jacket.
Yep.
Say that. She changed her whole outfit. He only changed his jacket. That was a little interesting to me.
What'd you say?
I was saying it's kind of part of his character. He doesn't really care.
Yeah, he's not.
He's a loose, go with the wind type of guy.
Very instincts guy. Yeah, I can agree with that.
And he really doesn't care for his neighbors, so he doesn't really need to impress them in any way.
Oh, I don't think I agree with that, really. He doesn't need to impress, but he has so much more community care and knowledge than Jane does.
He used one of them as a meat shield. He broke in and stole their car. He doesn't care about his neighbors. He might care about them more than Jane.
I'll say that he puts up a front more than Jane does.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has more he has more knowledge on them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly he spends time with them, especially with the back and forth over, like, they definitely, like, the golf tournament. Yeah. So he definitely puts an effort to maintain a front on, like, at least the community neighborhood side of things. Oh my god. We'll get to that.
I know Ryder with writing already likes it, but what the whole Lucky thing Crimson brought up of the 3 meanings, I do like the double meaning of when they asked where John keeps like his money. He says he keeps his dough under the shed.
Yeah, under the tool shed.
Yeah.
Which is pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate, yeah.
Which is, you know, a nice tie-in. But back to the outfit thing that I don't necessarily like. Do you think there was any cameras at the bar he went to or was around in his outfit? Because I know.
What, during the hit?
Yeah, during the hit, because he's wearing this, as I said, he's wearing the same outfit, and now he's in a public outing in the same outfit. So I think, like, if someone were to see, like, the back of him or side of him, it's like, we can't make out who it is kind of thing on, like, news or release footage or whatever. The fact that he's wearing the same exact clothes, I think, would be kind of a dumb move.
Well, no one at the party would know. where we already gave Jane benefit of the doubt because of her company.
Well,
John has a
well,
tech person, and he even brings up to Jane
I
while
mean,
they're
I
infiltrating.
hold on the company thing. I don't know if I convinced you of that, Springs. Or do you abide by what I said with that one?
I'm not, but I'm using it.
Okay,
The company of John?
Jane.
John? Jane's agency company?
Yeah,
Or
That they cut out all the cameras.
like
and
that's something that they would
controlled the
do.
narrative.
up to a certain point, I would, until the whole switcheroo that John does in the elevator thing. Then I don't think they're as good as they say they are.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Crimson.
Well, yeah. While they infiltrate the federal building, John describes the process of controlling security and all that stuff. So it's not too much to assume he took out the cameras of this place if they even have any in the first place. But that is assuming on our ends. We didn't see him take out the cameras or anything.
It looks like a very.
We didn't see cameras either, though.
It looks like a very down in the gutter kind of joint. So I don't know if they could afford cameras back in 2005.
Well,
That's also a factor, but
for the bar itself, I don't think so. The whole bar and restroom, no.
Oh, you
but
mean
a
just
secret
you mean
back
the
room.
bad guy den.
Yeah.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, why would they have cameras that could be used as evidence against them?
Even bad guys need security.
Yeah, I think it would just be security for the bad guys.
All right.
Whether that's released footage, the fact that they're all dead, I think a police investigation could see the footage, not necessarily release it.
Fair enough.
Because that's probably my biggest problem with this movie, is police.
Lack thereof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of mine as well.
Yeah.
Especially for New York.
I would agree. Yeah, that is. There's a lot in that specifically that is a problem, but they're very easy to blanket away, kind of. At least for me.
Well, the car chase and the house explosive.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
no
yeah,
police really
the house
either.
explosion is with people crawling on the roof with guns, mind you, at that point. So yeah, I agree. The lack of police is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the neighborhood would have called that in.
Yeah. I mean, they called them when they were getting busy.
Redecorating, yeah.
That's the only time we see the
redecorating
police.
Yeah, I think that's true. That is the only time we see the police.
And I believe that's the end of the act.
I
We're
believe
going
so.
there, but
Yeah.
well, the first act.
The only thing I wanted to cover was the shooting range in the beginning.
Oh,
where,
yeah.
She gets the bear. So she kind of has a face after he shoots all but one. Do you think that was like I couldn't tell if it was like curious as in she's suspecting him of a past, or if she's just pure like I'm competitive mode and I'm going to shoot. You know.
Let's see. I wrote something down for that scene. Let me go back.
It was either of those, but I couldn't tell which one. Because obviously she was competitive, but I couldn't tell if that was a curiosity to his skill set.
I think it was competitively, because I think him missing one was because I don't think John. I think John intentionally missed one. And so I genuinely think that was just her being competitive.
Okay.
Because she goes first, right? Like she purposefully like misses all her shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then her husband came in and didn't do that what she did. Like he actually did his best to a degree. And then I think she was pure competitive reasons why she did that, less than curiosity.
I think it's a mix of both. It's very early on in their relationship, at least kind of where we think it could be. I think it's a mix of both because when she first does it, she's hip firing. And then when she goes again, she's like looking down the barrel, kind of down the iron sight and aiming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's trying to play the part of the ditzy girlfriend.
Yeah, she definitely changes her whole body language and shooting style.
Yes.
And he picks up on it. after asking, saying,
Yeah.
"How'd you get that good?" or whatever. Where'd you learn that from? And
Mhm.
she says, "Beginner's luck,"
Uh,
which definitely was not.
that no, definitely is not. Uh, that this should be red flags for both of them, I think. But
Especially as professionals. It was
yeah,
more towards John because he saw her suck and miss everything, and then
yeah,
hit everything really fast.
yeah. So this should be a red flag for John, but he, as Springs has brought up, is more emotionally invested, and we tend to let that override our logic in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Um, so there is wiggle room, but it is a very very like near thing, and it's very debatable whether it's is enough, I should say.
Do you think it's possible that they could have gone 5, 6 years without realizing anything? Because they even brought up helicopter dropped me off, and she just happened to be deaf that day. There had to have been other situations that were close calls.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of their conversations are. For once they learn their identities, they're just trying. They're just literally explaining the lies to each other. You know, the bullshit. The one whether they bought it or not. Like, yeah, this one was particularly bad. That sort of thing. That's what I imagine the whole conversation was about. Was those times like that, which I think is a really nice touch, and we'll get there when we get there. But that is the end of Act One. So if we do not have any more final thoughts, I'll throw this at you, Springs. Any final thoughts before we move on?
On Act One, no.
All right.
I think I've said my piece on most of it.
All right. Then we shall go right along into Act Two. This will be from when they kind of show off where they keep their gear, where he has his stuff under the shed and she has her stuff in the oven. Going to work and getting the same target to where it ends, where they've kind of sleeping apart because they have learned each other's identities. So she's sleeping at work and he's sleeping at his friend's house. And I guess we'll go first. I will throw this at you, Crimson.
I'll just have a general question first.
Oh.
Do you guys think they'd have their own surveillance in their house? Like their own cameras or spycraft of any kind where, like you've seen in some movies where a spy puts a hair on a drawer so they know if it's been opened or anything. Do you think they would have had anything that could have got the other one caught?
For
doing
John,
something?
for John, no. For Jane, yes.
I think there's a degree of Jane would have surveillance on the house, but not in the house, if that makes sense. So meaning like, so she'd have one of her techie girls
Like the front lawn and
yeah, like
stuff
it
like
would
that.
like a camera hidden like in their mailbox or something looking back at the house. Like there would be surveillance
Basketball hoop.
yeah, there would be surveillance outside the house for protection. Inside the house, I don't think they'd want to risk the other they don't want to risk like she wouldn't want to risk John seeing anything. So there is enough wiggle room there that I don't think she would have the surveillance looking inward in the house that could get them caught. Because she doesn't want to risk, John seeing it. Because this is 2005 technology, for the most part. Uh,
Something for me that makes I think John wouldn't is because John just has a locked hidden trap door in the shed to just lead down to a room.
yeah.
That's basically
he's
it.
The most high tech thing John has is the hidden poster thing on the wall.
Oh, the battleship.
Yeah. The battleship, special edition that has a gun hidden away. That to me was the most high tech thing John had outside of the whole camera feed stuff.
Jane has a whole Spy Kids contraption oven doohickey thing,
Yes.
which to me is in the house. So I think it would be more tech, just more stuff in the house of Jane and stuff her agency has done.
Yeah. Like I'm totally willing to believe like they've a lot of the appliances could be rigged a certain way and stuff like that. But if we're talking about surveillance, that's a little bit harder to hide in general.
I mean, it'd be pretty easy in the eyes of a civilian to hide cameras, right? Because they don't know John's a special agent or anything. They just think he's some dude, some contractor.
But also, John and Eddie don't know Jane is either.
Yeah,
So
I'm
if they're
talking more on the surveillance angle. Like, John probably wouldn't, but I think Jane would have some sort of surveillance within the house.
All right.
Especially since she's willing to hide guns in the house and stuff. And
I think it makes even a little more sense for Jane because she has later her agency to come in and check the whole house, and you know she has this paid chef and possibly the gardener, and like she has like all these accessories at hand of things to do in the house. John just has Eddie. That's kind of it. It's just the two of them, really.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we see, and then the old lady who like gives him tickets and stuff.
Yeah, Rose. And his tech lady that shows up.
Yeah, his salvage lady, not really a tech lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that's I guess that's my 2 cents on the surveillance. Crimson as that. Springs. Sorry. Go.
Let's see. The old lady and the man at the engineering office that they work with.
Mm-hmm.
Do they both work for Eddie and John as their agency people, or is it actually a secretive front to keep from them? Like, do these old people know?
It seems too gutsy to have a secret agency have unknowing civilians right next door. So I'm going to assume they know about the agency and are employed by them.
I'm assuming they're in on it just by the obvious fact that there's fucking shields that come up to block the windows of a particular of John's office when he's getting his message. So
True.
that would be too hard to hide from civilians that could just bumble in.
Also keeps a lock on his door.
If Rose, well, we've established that the walls are apparently thin because you can hear Eddie. So if Rose, the lady, could hear the computer talking about killing people, that wouldn't be very good for a civilian to overhear.
Yeah, I think it's okay because doesn't the old lady tell him that he's got messages from like a contractor work or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure they're in on it. Like that to me was the main.
He's a contractor, so that could fit his cover still.
That's
Not
true.
Necessarily mean contract to kill people, but
that's true.
I definitely think they're in on it, though. It wouldn't make sense otherwise.
Okay. One little detail I do like is right behind John's chair at his desk is a glassed battleship.
Oh, that one slipped by me. Yeah. And we get to this is really this whole scene like interchanging between the two of them. We get to see the differences in their work. So like we get to see how high tech Jane's is when compared to his, which is like just a low like level, almost cubicle level office building.
Yeah.
I also think it's a bit bummer how underutilized Keith David is in this movie.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
That was in one of those 50 scripts where both John and Jane were going to hunt down their bosses, and they were going to have a larger role, but they scrapped that.
Yeah, Keith David is criminally underutilized, but I do appreciate the Arbiter's voice whenever I see it or hear it.
Dr. Facilier. For you Disney fans out there. I do have a little problem or question. Is Jane's agency all female?
I don't think her whole agency is. I think her branches, though, like everyone that's clearly working under her, like in this particular building, are definitely all girls.
Okay.
Because David
isn't.
Yeah.
And the decoy guy isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, because the line gets brought up that after an update, like giving it to Jane, that on a recent op there was one kill and one agent in custody. She says they'll get him out, which was odd to me if they only have like one guy agent.
Yeah, no, I from how I understand how her work is, just by what I've been shown, it's just her branch that's all girls. So like there are other branches and other agents.
Yeah, because this specific building is listed under her name directly, which I found kind of weird. But I guess it could go for her cover.
I mean, like, she is the CEO of this particular branch. I'm totally down to buy that. And as an assassin organization, you'd want to spread out your branches. So,
But yeah, I would think you just want a name that isn't tied to one of your agents, because it made it trackable, and which is something an agency wouldn't want, a secret agency.
I just double checked my notes, and I do have a little small thing to bring up in the last act that connects to other things later in the movie. For me, at least. And that's Jane was holding a baby.
oh, okay.
I'll say there.
Sorry, you said last act. I'm like, what? Oh, you mean Act 1? Okay.
In the first act,
Yeah.
not the fifth act in the 5-act structure.
You meant last act as in previous. We covered. Yeah, got
yes.
And
Jane's
even at the
holding a
party,
baby.
they split into guys and girls.
it. Yeah.
As well. The funny fishnets thing.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did find that funny. I do like that her organization goes through in a giant elaborate plan to get this target, and then here comes along Mr. Smith in a fucking dune buggy with a rocket launcher.
A blast in music.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very.
Shows more of their character.
Yeah. The reason why I just tidbitted the baby early on is because in this little, I don't know, shack on the cliff on this hillside that Jane's in, there is a baby doll in the wood.
I don't know why that was there. I saw that as well.
Creepy
baby doll in an abandoned shack.
I don't know. Do you think the shack was there beforehand, or her organization built that?
Oh, it is in the middle of nowhere.
I think it's.
It looks old though.
No, I mean, like
Yeah,
her organization could have built it to look that way.
No, I think it's been
Is
there.
it just worth? Because they literally could have just put up the tripwire, and she's just on the hill, peeking over a rock. They didn't really need to build a visible structure.
That's fair.
That actually seems more detrimental that there's a building there.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because I on this last watch that I was curious. I was just wondering, like, would they go that far just to kind of disguise a building and give her a hideout location so she could just hang out there for a day in case something went wrong? Because she is there like long before her target shows up, and she was probably intended to be there long after to confirm the death of the target. And the only reason that isn't the case is because of Mr. Smith showing up.
Because some idiot drove up in his buggy. You should put it.
Yeah.
And peeing on his foot.
Yeah.
I don't know what type of vest was he wearing to take that bullet too. That's pretty good armor.
That wasn't a.
We do establish they have some awesome armor in this, but at the end,
yeah,
some unbelievable armor.
Yeah, one might call it literal plot armor. Yeah. Just, I assume like it's something akin to that.
Like TAC 3. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's TAC 3 at least, purely because she also doesn't shoot him with a high caliber rifle, which helps because it would just look like a normal like single shot like scout rifle. I'm just gonna call it that. When compared to like it wasn't a high caliber like 50 caliber sniper rifle that she shot him with. She shot her with a
just a marksman.
Just a marksman, pretty much, is what it looked like. So I assumed that his vest was capable of dealing with that, because if it was a higher caliber, I probably would have taken some issue with the scene, given how small the armor was. But no, I didn't really have any issues with that.
Something I saw with her binoculars or whatever. On the side, it kept showing scan when she was like looking at the vehicles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But every time she was looking at him, she was recording. I don't know why she wasn't just recording everything. Because they reuse that footage later, obviously, when they're trying to figure out who the guy was.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why she specifically was just recording a man peeing. And that was it.
It might just
that
be
we could see.
that that might have been just for like a instant send off to her group, but I don't know why she wouldn't be doing that the whole time either. But at least this justifies why they have the footage.
Yeah, they actually show it recording.
Yeah.
I believe that I don't know if you two agree with me, but I do believe John's dune buggy hit of the tripwire was accidental and not purposeful.
100%.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
We could argue the odds of that happening, which I think are quite low.
Well, I mean, that's the only road, right? Like he was off-roading to the road to then cut them off. That because obviously there was no reason that they were going to go off-road.
I mean, do you know how small one of those little dowels were? The odds of him hitting that are pretty darn slim. He could have been closer up the road, further back. He didn't even have to be on the road to use his rocket on him. Really small.
I assume he didn't care. Like he was just gonna stand in the middle of the road like the Terminator and just fucking shoot the car. That's what I assumed his plan was.
Well, the momentum of the car would fly at his direction, risking him getting hit by the debris, would it not? The car's driving forward.
See, now we're talking theoretics. That's what I assumed his plan was. Obviously, his plan changed.
Yeah, I also find it's kind of dumb to me that after finding the rocket at the little shack, that didn't alert the guys driving in the car.
Yep, that's a problem I had as well. They only aborted and retreated after the detonation, but not after the rocket or the gunshot.
Well, so if you're driving in the desert and let's say, I don't know, you're a government organization, you're probably still just moving along. Then you see something hit a small shack in the distance. It gets everyone's attention. And you're like, what the hell is that? And then you see all the explosions immediately afterward. So
I think on such a 5-car convoy of a special target, I think the bullet could easily be target. Yeah, I think the bullet could easily be skipped because it's just one shot, and it wasn't as Ryder said, not a 50 cal sniper to really rain out a.
There's no tracer, so
yeah, just a little small shot. The rocket, however, I do think would have been picked up by the noise and sight because it did leave smoke.
Yeah, I think they would see the smoke, and then either way, the explosions happen pretty much immediately afterwards. So there's not much time in between. I might be remembering this thing wrong, but I don't remember there being much time in between him blowing up the mountainside and the rest of the explosions going off.
No, there's not much time, but there is a whole scene of the car stopping and the two bodyguards covering the guy, and I think the two bodyguards covering the guy could have been right after the first rocket.
Yeah, I'm in agreement because rocket hit the shack. There was a few seconds of nothing. Everything blows up, and then they show a scene of them like, "Okay, we got to back up now."
Yeah,
that
it shows
could have been in between
the helicopter first.
That could have been in.
It could have just been differently. To play a little smarter.
I can agree with that. Sure, yeah, that's not a that's a bit of an issue. And then let's see, what's another good one.
If this was my first time watching it, in my notes I probably would have written what are the odds that they both take the same job. But we find out that that's intentional.
What is I'm curious about Ryder.
What's up?
The whole writing thing. What is the significance of Eddie talking about how he wants his ice cream dessert at the diner.
Well, he's hitting on the lady. Did you not pick that up?
Yeah.
No, I picked that, but is that the sole purpose of it? Him just trying to hit on a girl?
I'm pretty sure that
I didn't
is.
know if it had
Yes.
some kind of clever writing in there or something he's talking about, trying to make a point.
Well, you
to
guys are
John.
obsessed with the black and white outfits, so maybe he's talking about that and the ice cream.
Oh, chocolate and vanilla, and he wants to mix them both.
I don't know. I'm trying to get your guys' crazy hats on. I think there's a connection to the outfits and the ice cream.
Also, at this point in my notes, I also wrote down, how do both agencies not know of each other?
Oh, they do.
They do, clearly.
They teamed up.
But I'm assuming that's not a problem for your notes
Well,
anymore.
Yeah, they team up later. I meant at like this point, how do they not know of each other?
I'm assuming that
They did know.
I'm assuming that part of your notes has been rescinded, right? Having seen the film, or are you legitimately asking?
Didn't from the beginning of the movie, I didn't know what point do the agencies know of each other.
They knew before the movie started, like their domestic life that we see them.
They knew before the 5 to 6 years part. At what point, we don't know specifically.
We just
But
know that they.
This
we
whole
know that.
job bit they knew.
Yeah.
Without
No.
much information on how long John and Jane have been at their agencies, I don't think that would necessarily be a big problem then.
Yeah. At worst, they learned, let's say, in something just before like the therapy scenes in the film that we've seen, because that's relatively up to date with a lot of the current stuff that's going on. So we can assume that they've learned then, because the mission to terminate the both of them is given pretty much with the target going into his office and getting a letter from the boss and then walking out, like he stuffs it into his jacket.
Okay.
So that's when
I'm
the
just trying to
mission is
think-
distributed. So that's where it's confirmed that they know each other, and that's fairly early on. I don't remember
Okay.
when that is.
That's how they know of the agencies. But to keep tabs on who the agents are, as I said, I don't think it's that big of a problem because of what they have shown versus what they haven't. Is the confirmed kills kind of thing, is Jane's done 312, but what Eddie and John have access to doesn't seem that technologically advanced in order to get much information on her. But on the other hand, Jane's agency certainly probably more than likely does have information to track people and keep tabs on people, but maybe because John's lower in the numbers, he's not as important to keep up on. But I also feel like that's something to keep up on, because I believe that the two of them have gone after the same targets before, like the Barracuda and now
Oh
the
well,
tank.
we don't know if they're both there
So-
to kill the Barracuda. We assume one of them was.
True. So John could have been there for a totally different reason than that.
Yeah.
If we're believing that Jane was the one who killed him. But I believe that they have been assigned the same target probably before, and not just this. One
I'm
could
not one
think
to assume that.
Barracuda. Yeah, one could say it was Barracuda because that's the first time they met, but that could have been just coincidences that she walked into that building that he was in. But I don't necessarily know why, especially when they're trying to identify who John is or know of him, why they have so little information on him, other than the fact that maybe he's just not as big as Jane, so they don't keep that tab on him.
Well, the ultimate goal of the company is to have them kill each other. That was the only reason they were assigned the same target was because they wanted them to take each other out, pretty much, or at least one of them kill the other.
Even for the tank mission.
Yeah, that's what the whole point of the tank mission
That's
is.
what the point of Tank was.
Yeah, the
was
point
to draw them
the point
to
of
kill each
Tank
other.
was for them to kill each other. That's what's revealed.
Alright, that's a
at-
big piece
at
of
the end.
information that I missed.
Yeah.
I thought they laid that on pretty thick
Yeah.
at the interrogation scene.
No. The interrogation scene, yeah. During that whole point of them to go capture him and him do the target then, that I understood. But beforehand, with the whole convoy and everything, I thought that was just the two of them trying to take
Same
out Tank.
mission.
Each other.
It's essentially the same mission. They were trying to figure out what their company wanted, what both their companies wanted, so they can get them off their back, And it turns
Okay,
out
I see
the
them as
twist
two separate
is
means.
yeah, and then the twist is that the company, the original target from the beginning has been them. That's what the original mission was for.
Yeah, Keith David is the one that gave that guy the job. Remember in the beginning with the envelope? That was Tank, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, my purpose for those two instances of the tank missions to me were just different plannings. So
Okay.
Okay. Well, now that we've ironed out that they are same mission, because they were supposed to kill each other on that first mission, or at least one kill the other.
Yeah, and as to why they don't have all the information on it, it's just they're I'm assuming that's the organization is just trying to keep that secret of their original mission of them trying to kill each other, like because they don't want to be the ones held responsible for it. If that makes sense.
that what that doesn't make sense to me. Why wouldn't they want to be responsible for the target of what they're
Okay,
They're
so
It's
they don't.
embarrassing that they got married. They don't
Yeah,
want
they don't
this
want.
to be publicized to the rest of the.
Yeah.
I guess
The
They don't.
agencies.
They to
Yeah,
find
the
out that
agencies.
you have competitive agents living a domestic life together from a different company, essentially. The reason they want them to kill each other is, and they also don't want to incriminate themselves in the process. That's why they're letting them do their own investigations. As to why,
the more
as to
people
why,
that
as to
know
why,
about this plan, the
as to why,
easier
as to why
it
you,
could be leaked.
as to why you think that they like why they had so little information on John. It's for the same reason why he had so little information to go with on Jane. This is that they are trying to keep that. They're not trying to incriminate themselves in the process. So what they're pretending essentially, all they know about what's going on is what the agents, the two of them know.
That information I got clear
Okay.
on how Jane and John see each other and going forth and whatnot. I get that. The two agencies knowing of each other, working together, planning the whole tank thing, up to a certain point, I didn't know any of that. I had the interpretation of a completely different scenario going on until a certain point where they
Yeah. The
worked together.
whole tank thing is supposed to recontextualize their assassination together that they were double booked for.
All right. In that case, that makes Eddie a completely different character to me now. If that is the information you're giving me.
That is what they provide during the interrogation scene. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how does Eddie change in your eyes due to this?
Because then Eddie would have known. So Eddie knew about this the whole time and was just playing John as a fool without giving him full information.
No. Like we said, the higher up agency people didn't want the other agents to know about it. But
That's why they're trying to get them to kill each other. It doesn't become an issue until they put out the bounty.
But doesn't Jane's friend know?
what are you talking about?
Jane's friend, the one at the agency who she went rock climbing with, doesn't she know that it's John and helps her out this one time and says, I can't do anything else?
I mean, that's after they found out that they were both agents. She didn't know back when Jane brought the footage back of the guy peeing. She didn't know then. She found out when Jane did. Same as Eddie found out when John did.
Okay. Huh, weird. I watched
You
a
still seem
completely
confused.
different movie than the two of you.
you definitely it feels like you did, yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna line this up. All right. So you said you saw a completely different movie. How did this go?
Up to a point. But
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so
I want to hear the play-by-play.
okay,
Well,
I guess I'm more curious than like. So, have we recontextualized it enough for you to understand now?
He still sounds a little
Yes.
confused.
Yeah. So now would be the time to ask questions.
I wish there was more shown then of father or Keith David's character of Jane's agency and I'm presuming the computer, I forget her name, but the computer of John's, to have more of a conversation with one another or of each other or working together or something.
To establish
cement it
what?
more. To establish that they're working together and that it's a shame that John's like one of their best agents and has to go, or Jane's a big head of the company and unfortunately has to be killed off, and more explaining of that.
And that's what the tank bit was.
Yeah, what you want, Springs, is in the tank scene.
Well, the tank scene to me of the tank scene of the interrogation part,
Yeah,
was of them to go capture him in the cell where he was put. Of that whole situation, that whole mission.
Okay,
That to me didn't connect to the same meaning of the one in the desert.
the interrogation after the fact is what we're referring to when they're in the motel.
Yeah, but that doesn't fully make sense to me. That the mission of Tank was for them to get the information out of him, to understand what it was, but as the mission beforehand was to kill him.
He wasn't supposed to tell them. The plan.
Was Tank fine dying then for the desert mission?
I think he got in way over his head. As he says, he's just a new guy at the company, and
Yeah, he was fodder.
Yeah,
they were fine letting him die or letting him live, from what I can tell, because they were supposed to kill each other. That was the plan. Springs, when Tank got the letter from Keith David in the beginning, when he wanted to go up and meet the boss,
from the
he got an envelope.
Can't meet him. Yeah.
That envelope had that photo that he had in his back pocket. That's what was given to him. So that is proof that it was planned from the beginning. It wasn't just the second half where they try to get to him.
But I don't understand how that photo then does anything of what Tank's motives were, or any. You didn't even have any motive of anything in the desert scene.
Oh, he just wanted to keep his job. So, well, the desert scene is the part where they're supposed to kill each other. They almost do. They shoot at each other.
But what? That's the part that's not making sense to me. Is John and Jane both think that this tank is such a higher up special target to be shot at, and both got the same mission to take him out. But to him, what the heck does he think he is as a new guy? As set as a, does he know that
he knows he is bait?
Oh,
he absolutely knows he's bait.
Furthermore, proof of when he was captive watching the Weather Channel, he was a buddy with his captors. He actually knew them.
I thought that was just a new hire. I mean, he's just been around for the whole time.
Nope.
I didn't think he actually knew personally the people. He was just
I mean, it was not a relationship between a bad group and a hostage. It was definitely a cordial little.
Well, then if they were his coworkers, why'd they treat him so bad when John and Jane weren't around?
I mean,
he's annoying.
He's being an annoying asshole. I mean, he's just asking them to change the channel for him, so they're being assholes right back. That to me was perfectly fine in context.
I think that, to the knowledge of what you know, for you two then makes sense in what you're saying. To me, it was only illustrated to the audience, I guess, more as a fake out of not knowing. So for me, in my instance of watching this movie, I thought that he was actually captured and these were bad guys that he didn't know, and the only reason he knew their names was from conversations that they had playing cards together across from his cell.
Okay, so again, the only scene that I'm going to point to is their interrogation scene between him and Jane, with Jane and John and Tank, because that once again recontextualizes everything pretty much.
That's the big reveal. Because, like you said, it is technically a fake out. You're not supposed to know up until this point. But once you get the interrogation scene, it's all supposed to make sense now. Which it obviously does for Ryder and I.
The interrogation scene only made sense to me of the point of them to go capture him from his cell. And nothing before that.
Okay. So, the tank is the target in the desert, though. You realize that, right?
For them to take out. Not of each other, that's if they got in each other's way, but they weren't designed to be in each other's way, or even know that the other one was going to be there.
So the part Okay, you go first,
So,
Crimson.
okay, so John's agency told him, I have this written down specifically, that the DIA were going to give Tank over 10 miles from the border, which gives John an approximation of where to set up. Meanwhile, Jane's agency set her up, presumably, at this shack, because they all coordinate this with the tripwires and everything. It's not just Jane's plan, it's her team's plan. So it's pretty close to where they set each other up from the higher-ups, saying that they both have a specific spot, so the odds of them actually coming across each other are pretty high.
Especially since one is fucking dune bugging across the desert.
Well, set up for them to see each other from the agencies, yes. For the two of them to know, no. They don't know the other one's going to be there.
Okay, so let's play out the,
from their point of views, they did not know another person was going to be present. Yeah. You were saying something, Ryder?
No, I was going to let Springs finish.
So it makes sense to me that, John's, like, recklessness and, like, being shot at, he sees this like a potential another target because they shot at him, so he uses the rocket on them rather than on his actual target, which I don't know what his plan would have been after that.
I assume he had a spare rocket, but the two...
that was the problem I had, was that he used his rocket on her, but continue.
So I don't know what John would have thought of doing afterwards if, like, for example, because he didn't know there was explosions, he thought maybe he did take the target out. How does it go? That, as we said, that rocket should have alerted the convoy anyhow. So I don't know if that was just a failed mission of him just being reckless, shooting at someone else. I don't know. Jane shooting John, thinking he was down for the count for a moment, and waiting. She was just waiting there. She could have already started moving to get a better angle point, because all she had was her laptop and a gun.
Well, I mean, she doesn't have to move for her target. Because her target's Tank. The tripwire is set.
But she could have moved out of the way of already shooting the guy, because I believe she thinks he's dead, but it was a chest shot, and I don't know how well her sight was to indicate that. But she could have had a confirmed kill because she's more higher up agency than John is. It just feels like a lot of more problems of the two of them that I thought were smarter, well, at least Jane's smarter, in how she demonstrates doing.
Okay.
Before, even with their previous mission.
What is this guy gonna do? He got shot in the middle of the desert. What are the chances he's gonna live? You don't know that she doesn't. From her perspective, she doesn't know he has a bulletproof vest. She doesn't know it's John. He's gonna die. It's a confirmed kill because he's in the middle of nowhere.
She's also very confident in her own abilities.
Not to mention, he's in the explosion ring anyway.
I will admit, Sprinks, that there is a lot that has to go right for the agency's plan to work, of them actually killing each other.
Okay, let's put it.
That is what the plan.
Okay, let's put it in this other view then. Let's assume one of them succeeds and actually kills Tank. The other person is there, and they see their target obliterated. What is their next move? Their next move is going to be to assess what just happened to their target, which would lead them then to the other person, their loving and caring spouse, armed to the teeth with something, and they would probably react very violently just on instinct.
Yeah, I guess the end result would be the same.
The end result is
still investigate.
The end result is they investigate each other and they still find out.
Yes. I think it would have played differently depending on who killed Tank, though. If Jane killed Tank, I think Jane would have shoot to kill on John and got answers and everything afterward. I think if it was John who killed Tank, John would have been a little more hesitant to try to get answers there with Jane alive.
Well, if he killed Tank, he wouldn't even know about Jane.
Yeah, he would have shot his rocket and just drove away. Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you meant they took the target out and left, not take the target out and still be after whoever the opposite is.
Jane, I will say, if he took the target out, Jane would probably take a shot at him. But I assume he would still get away because the end result is the same. They're still going to investigate what the fuck just happened. We got double booked. It results in the same investigation.
Okay.
Either they die
In
or they
that
leave and
regard-
investigate.
In that regard, being that the agencies have worked with each other and know of each other from the very beginning, as you've said, and double booked for them to kill each other, does that state that the Barracuda job when they first met was not a double booking?
Like I said, I don't think it's double booking. I assumed one of them killed the target, though. That's pretty much my whole thing for the beginning is that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no proof that they're double booked. There's not even proof that one of them killed the Barracuda.
It's just
easy to
reasonable
assume
to
it.
assume.
The only proof is that they're both in the same town. There is a dead target. They're looking for a singular tourist who could be an assassination, and they're both armed.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's ambiguous to whether they did it, but it's reasonable enough to assume one of them committed to it. There's no evidence otherwise, though.
Okay. Well, thank you for this huge clarification.
You're welcome,
It
buddy.
should slightly help up to a point where then I guess the interrogation, or yeah, probably up to the interrogation is where I'll be back on track with the two of you.
Okay. Back to Act 2.
Yes, the whole ice cream thing.
Yeah. Do we want to I'll pose it you first, Crimson. Do you have anything you want to go to?
Yes. I'll go to when John figures out Jane is connected to this.
He's at her work and reads her name that moment.
Yes. He found out through the laptop, which kind of messy on Jane's part.
Yeah,
Really messy.
They find out through the RAM of her laptop, right? Like they took her hard drive.
They took the laptop, found the manufacturer and who it got sold to, or the address of where it got sold to. And he recognized that address, went there, looked at the name, and realized it was the exact same place as his wife. Or confirmed it.
Yeah.
Because you could tell he's like, I'm pretty sure that's where my wife works.
He's like, I know that building.
She gave the address, yeah.
A nice detail that I really like about that is when he pieces it together in that lobby of that, Jane is the connection to it. The music that plays is similar to the music when they first met.
I didn't notice.
That
I
one.
know they used that later. I didn't notice it.
Yep.
And I just like how John gives her so many chances in this movie.
Yeah, he's a very, very patient man. I don't know. I would have lost. I'm pretty sure I would have lost patience after the bomb in my jacket.
That was what a scene.
Yeah.
Another little detail that I think was weird was when John goes to get the laptop checked. The lady who's helping, on her top of her computer, she has a creepy doll head. Or just another doll. And I don't know if there's a connection to dolls or babies in this whole movie, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like that might be reaching because the first baby, the real baby, I could. There's obviously symbolism when they looked at each other like, "Oh, we're gonna have the baby talk." But they don't really end up having that talk. But you could see it in their eyes that it was kind of a passing thing. The doll in the shack and the baby doll head, I didn't notice. I don't know what that could really symbolize. Were there any others, or was it just those two that you spotted?
Let me check my notes. You two talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's see. I mean, what is there not to like about this dinner scene in this act?
I do have a question about it. So, she said it's a special occasion. She didn't really say what it was, did she?
Wasn't it their anniversary?
That is my only baby doll stuff. So, I don't think it was ever said what
Yeah, I
the
just said it was a special occasion.
special occasion was.
Yeah,
Because he asked, "What's the special occasion?" Or why is this all set up to the special occasion? Instead of saying, "Oh, it's our anniversary," don't you remember?
Yeah, maybe. I assumed it was their anniversary, but I could be misremembering. So I'm willing to bet I am. Um,
But yeah, the I wouldn't say tension. I guess the funny tension, where it's not real tension, but
yeah, it's
funny.
tension. It's tension because he knows and she doesn't yet.
Tension for the characters, but not for the audience. Because I don't think anyone was like, "Ooh, what's going to happen?"
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Writer, I do think there's a possibility that she does know.
Oh yeah, when she looked at the footage and saw him shaking his leg while peeing, I'm like, did she recognize that's how he pees or something?
I don't. Is that what you're gonna reference, Springs?
That's what I
It
noticed.
could be because it was a continual just shot of showing that and her looking at the camera, or not
Yeah.
the camera, but looking at the footage.
Yeah, I do.
Um,
I do like that. I do like that. When her husband calls and she's staring at this, trying to figure out who it is. Her secretary is in the background. It's her, your husband. He's calling. That sort of thing. I really like that.
yeah.
Um, I
Continue, Sprinks. You're saying something about the scene.
Well, writer said, is there anything, something wrong with the scene? There is one question I have. Is John sits down and takes the knife from his table and puts it in his jacket pocket. He then helps cut the pot roast, puts the knife down on the table. Jane takes out a knife, puts that down
to start
next
cutting
to
bread.
her, and then John starts cutting his pot roast with another knife. Where did that second knife come from?
Okay, so
Well,
no. Okay, so the knife for the pot roast is the knife Jane was originally using to cut the meat. She pulled out her knife for bread to cut. So you could
Yeah.
see her pull it out from her apron because she was cooking, quote unquote,
Jane had two knives for some reason.
trying to maintain the illusion that she's cooking.
Okay, and she puts that next to the bread.
Yeah.
And then John puts his knife next to the pot roast
Yes.
with the fork skewer thing.
Yes.
Okay, and then the pot roast on his plate, he cuts with a knife. Where did that knife come from?
I think that was the one he pocketed.
I
He
assume
took it out of his jacket pocket?
I assume he either took it out of his jacket pocket or he just using the big pot roast knife. I don't remember.
Well, the pot roast knife I think he did put down.
Pot roast knife he put down next to the pot roast, which is relatively in the middle of the table.
I mean, it's not unreasonable for him to take it back out of his pocket. He's just...
Well, no, but Jane was there the entire time.
Oh, well, she wasn't really looking at his jacket, but
The only thing they do to cover it up is that they don't show him actually cutting. It's just like the motion of his arms moving, kind of, because it's from his chest up.
Mhm.
But he's not using a fork. Oh, never mind. What am I talking about? No, he asked about the salt. Goes down, and it shows a knife on his plate. The only thing that would make sense to me to prove this, but would be very weird, is if he has two knives at his side of the table, set for him.
Well, he put the butter knife away, right? Not the meat knife.
So he had a butter knife and a steak knife.
Have you never eaten meats before? It's usually what we
that is
do.
possible.
That's usually what we do, right?
I don't know why he would take the butter
I don't know.
knife.
I don't know.
Weapon.
Yeah, of the two,
That's not a good weapon.
Of the two, obviously the meat knife. But I mean, if you're willing to sacrifice one,
I don't remember ever seeing a steak knife, because when he picked up the knife, there was a spoon. I think it was just a spoon next to it, but he picked up the butter knife and pocketed it. I'm just confused where this other knife came from, and if there was two knives the whole time, then that's a continuity error because there was only one shown when he first picked it up. So I don't know.
Okay, that's all right. I'm okay.
Without seeing it right now, the only thing I could think of was it was the one that he pocketed and put it on the dish.
Which would be just fine, Now that she's sitting across from him, why stow it?
But without seeing it right now, that's my answer. I don't know.
Okay, I don't think she ever left the room before
Well, she didn't see him pocket it, so I don't know why it would be too outlandish to see.
Well, she does
to not see him use it.
Well, no, it wouldn't be outlandish of him pocketing it, but she never saw it. I think it would be weird if she saw him open his jacket, took out the butter knife to cut his food with. Then.
Well, did he literally pocket it? He just put it up his sleeve, didn't he?
He put it in his jacket pocket, I think.
He put it in his jacket. I'm assuming he put it in his jacket pocket.
I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can get something out of your pocket without being obvious. Just look at magicians.
Yeah, that's
he's a professional. I'm sure he can make it.
Like that's not a huge issue for me, but I sure.
Potential continuity error. There you go. We'll leave it at that. So I don't know one way or the other without looking.
More on the outfits, Springs. He's in all black because he's 100% certain of her, and she's in an off-white, right?
That's true. That is true.
Which carries through the whole suspicious scene of him throwing out his glass, thinking it's Drano, which has a smell. So I don't know why she'd use that.
Do you think he should have taken a bite of his food if he was this suspicious of her?
Well, to show
he potentially killed himself there.
Well, here's the thing. He could have just fake swallowed and spit it out in the napkin that he used to cover his mouth immediately afterwards. So I'm assuming he didn't take a bite of the food.
I mean, we saw him put it in his mouth.
We see him put it in his mouth. We see him chew it.
It's been there for a long time.
Yeah, he could have feigned swallowing, which is enough because he does cover his mouth with a napkin immediately after he swallows to spit it out.
True.
That's what I assumed he did. I assumed he just spat it right back out. He just kept it in there, feigned to swallow for the show of it.
I don't know. I don't have to say either way. I guess.
Either way could work.
Yeah. Like this one to me is not really a continuity error. I think there's more than enough there for him to have done that, rather than the whole missing knife thing.
I'm just forgetting the towel over the mouth bit, I suppose.
Yeah.
And she set up the salt, which was nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. You said you really liked the scene. What else really popped out to you?
I mean, I liked that he tests her by dropping the bottle, because her catching it is just instinct.
Yeah.
It was a good, like, mental, quick test. Because that's something you don't really think about. You would just react to it. So I like that that's how he tests her, and, you know, she sort of fails it pretty much. And then they both realize in the instant and make excuses to leave. And he goes to get his gun. There's a lot that I really like about this scene. In terms of character work. And they're both... While she doesn't know, it doesn't demean her intelligence, you know?
Mm-hmm. This was a part up until watching it for the 6th time, where I was a little confused why she was suspicious of him, because up to this point we didn't know anything, but now, having seen it and actually paid attention, is it literally just the peeing leg shake that gave it away to her?
Is she being suspicious? I never saw her as being suspicious.
Why would him dropping that make her suspicious then?
It's okay. So the whole thing that makes her suspicious from that point is she just wants to leave because she realized what she did. She felt like she showed off too much. That's what I got out of it.
Well, why would she? I don't know. I don't know if that makes too much sense, because even normal people can grab stuff like that, and why would she think he'd assume?
Here's the thing. She was looking in the hole. She was looking the other way when she caught it. She wasn't looking at the ball at all. So, like I said, she did it purely on instinct, and he was looking directly at her, so he saw her.
To me, it can play off kind of one of two ways, a little forward, but of did she know or did she not know? And if she knew, then what she did was, I don't know, looking for an opportunity to strike kind of thing. And what she did by grabbing the wine bottle was what she said to herself in the car of, why was I so stupid? Is because she gave herself away.
Yes, that's what she assumes, yeah.
But if you're going with she didn't know, then grabbing the wine bottle and leaving was her calling herself stupid for not knowing.
I mean, I never ever saw that I'm stupid because of the wine thing. I'm stupid because I didn't figure out I lived with a spy. Is how I always read that.
Now, I never read it that way, unfortunately. So,
Aha.
but yeah, interesting perspectives. That's what we're here for in this podcast, right?
So it can be seen either way.
Yeah, I assume no one can be seen either way. Yeah, because I never assumed in my 6 times that I've seen this, 5 or 6, I never saw her as knowing or suspecting him at that point. Either way, her car gets shot at, and I'm pretty sure that solidifies it for her.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
A trip
Come on, it was an
misfire.
accident. Don't freak out about it.
It's like, I'm so sorry.
That's something else I'll point where I said about the whole community thing of John and Crimson. You said not caring, but a little thing is John always has a silencer on his guns.
Yeah.
Jane doesn't.
That is true.
She usually uses bigger guns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting slight opposite or something is Jane's like one target focus, no collateral kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like to just the one and done. However, by any means necessary, it sounds like, which can get loud or messy. But then John, on the other hand, is many people can die for me to get my target, but it's going to be silent and won't raise much suspicion. Which is a yin yang kind of the two of them.
Yeah, they have they have different approaches to their job for sure, and very, very specific facets that make them differ. Because John does get really loud when he's breaking in to steal the guy, but it also plays up to him just going by his instincts. Whereas her, always perpetually planning, like he will do what he has to if the plan falls apart. In his eyes.
I'm just thinking it's probably job dependent because we saw what he has under his shed, and that's not just a bunch of pistols. He's got a lot of heavy weaponry. We've seen use what was that? Was that a Stinger missile? Some rocket.
It was a Widowmaker.
Yeah, Widowmaker. I think it was just circumstances that at the bar can't really walk in with a rifle, so a pistol makes sense. Every time he had a pistol at the house, it was after his shed got cleared out by Jane's agency. So we had his secret pistol location.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he pulls out a secret pistol to chase Jane here in this sequence, but he's also sprinting through his neighborhood.
Yeah, so I think it's just we didn't really get to see opportunities for him to use his heavy weaponry. Because even the IKEA part, his stuff's still gone from his house, so he's kind of stuck with what he has.
I do like the look on his face, though, once he shoots the car. Like, he knows he fucked up.
Well, yeah, let's see, I wrote down what he said. Oh, dear God.
Is that what he actually says?
Yeah, he said, oh, dear God, when he shot her.
Because I think he knows at that point, like, well, reason's going out the window, but I'm still gonna try.
And he gets in the car.
We need to talk.
We need to talk. Drives off. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I love the comedy in this movie for sure. Do we have anything else to say about this particular act before we move on?
I don't like the balance between John and Jane of talking to their friends. It is way more John focused and heavy than Jane. And I think it should have been more even.
Guess that's true. I mean,
That's
Jane's friend kind of sucks.
Yeah, Jane's friend
is
is
not really a character.
Yeah, Jane's friend in comparison is not really a character. So yeah, I will agree with that. I do wish it was a bit more even. There is you get enough for the impression for Jane, but it would have been nice to have her friend stick around, because we cut to her like mid conversation, like where her taking a shot and her friend like going what?
Yeah, it could have just been even more Jane with herself. I don't know if she's like looking at photos or looking things up online or anything she can on stuff they already had on John or anything with that, like besides the friend, just to balance the screen time in the scene for both.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't necessarily have to be both talking to friend parts, but
That just might be one of the instances of doubling down that he's the emotional one, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, like you see,
Eddie's
is also...
a killer, but he's funny. Her friend is not funny or anything. Actually, nothing really interesting about her friend. She's just like, you don't love him, kill him. That's
especially
pretty much her pep talk.
Up to this point, we keep calling Eddie by Eddie and her as Jane's friend.
Yeah, you can tell which one's
her
a
name
character.
was said once, and I didn't write it down.
Yeah, but you could tell which, so you could tell which ones had far more effort put into them as a character, and that would be Eddie.
Yeah.
So ones I don't know. Apologies to any of you fans of the actress, but a lot of people know Vince Vaughn.
Yeah. This is one of my. I may not like Vince Vaughn a lot in many roles, but I actually really liked him in this movie.
Yeah, what do you think, Springs? You don't like Vince Vaughn? How's he?
Yeah. It's Vince Vaughn. Could have been someone else.
I don't know. I don't know if it could have with how he delivered these lines. I don't know, who do you think would have been a good replacement?
2005?
Gary Oldman, obviously. Matt can play everything.
Yeah, that's true. Good question back in this day. Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Let's see.
I can't put a face to it.
Pre-Dark Knight Rises. No, he looks too young. Vince Vaughn is.
Does he look like the type
Vince Vaughn looks like essentially like a stay-at-home beer junkie assassin lives with his mom. So no, I don't think Jordan. That's not a good choice, unfortunately.
It's too young.
Too clean.
Not necessarily in his character, but Ben Stiller maybe.
I thought you were going to say that, and I don't know. He seems like a different kind of mannerisms from him.
He definitely would have had different mannerisms.
I can see him delivering the lines, but yeah, there would be different enunciations and different.
I don't think he would have been
as
much laid back kind of what John's thinking. He would have definitely been a little more energetic or.
I can't see Ben Stiller doing that. I almost killed you, Mom bit. I can't see it.
I can sort of see it. I would because Ben Stiller's a decent actor. I can definitely see him do it. It's just I haven't seen him do something similar before.
Anything else since
yeah, last call, everybody. Last call. Because I don't think I have anything to say other than I find Eddie and John's interactions really funny.
Yeah, at least Jane was upfront about wanting to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much his little pep talk of you wrote 150 pages of John being a clown, but you can write the last 10 pages. Or whatever.
Yeah, you could go out and write those 10 pages. And then he goes and grabs a gun. I'm gonna borrow this. I'm gonna do this tomorrow. And they're both drinking because they're sad. All right. I guess with that we shall move on to Act 3, which is going to be Jane house cleaning with her corporation, all the way up to. Was it the end of the car chase? I think that was the end of the car chase. No.
Conversation over phone as they're racing to the house.
Yes.
I think is what you said.
Yes.
But yeah. You really got this whole recasting Vince Vaughn thing in my head.
Yeah, keep going. I mean, yeah.
What about Jason Bateman?
I'm just going to have Google by me every time you say me.
Arrested Development guy.
Oh. Maybe he doesn't really fit the house with mom bit, but I could see him delivering the lines though. Like that one, I could see. Yeah, no, there's an image of him not being very clean shaven. Yeah, he could pull that off. I think that's your best bet there, Springs.
Okay.
Uh,
Act
yeah.
3.
So Act 3. I guess we'll now that we found our new Vince Vaughn character for this movie, what do you want to talk about in Act 3 first, Springs?
Kids believe anything you say. Garden party. Yeah,
I mean, at
they just
this,
go with it.
yeah, I mean, at this point, I like that, this is the only time and instance we see her really showing that she's interacted with the community outside of the neighborhood party. So I like that the kids know her, but man, they do buy that really quickly.
Yeah.
Um,
Something I didn't. It didn't click in my head until now. In the scene of the three agency ladies watching the wedding video, trying to get evidence or intel, and Jane starts watching it. I didn't really get it because there was something a little off to me in the movie the whole time, and I didn't know what it was until now, which was earlier stuff of when they're, I guess, younger is handheld footage, and everything a little later is kind of dollied or steady cam.
okay.
And I don't know if that's just a cinematography method that was used in the movie to indicate like shakiness of nerves and feelings and getting to know one another, and then it got a little more smooth because of course the action scenes are, camera moving all over the place, but I didn't know if that was the significance between that.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't get it until it was pretty steady shots of her looking at the footage of the wedding, and the wedding footage is handheld.
Well, I mean, it would make sense for the wedding footage to be handheld. Like that's just assume that's a literal tape of their wedding. Like someone was there taping their wedding.
Yeah, but it crossed my mind because earlier when they first met in Colombia, it was handheld.
Okay.
I think that was just supposed to be the chaos of a battlefield, stressful city situation.
Yeah, I don't.
But,
I don't see like an actual connection between that, but it's kind of cool that I guess so.
Sorry, cinematographer eyes.
Yeah, I know. It's just let's see. I think you mentioned it earlier, Crimson. I really like that he uses his neighbor as a meat shield when he goes home.
I did mention that. Poor Martin.
Yeah. Got picked on.
Oh, what wood is that? The formula, red oak, which I didn't think they'd have a callback for later. The red oak floor, they do. I guess I'll bring the red oak back when they do.
Yeah, I that one I missed. My uncle told a story to me about when he goes to visit his shed that's emptied out. He said there was pain from every man in the theater. Because the shed is obviously where we all put our garden tools and everything like that, and that's typically a more masculine thing. So he said every guy in the theater groaned inside in pain when he saw this in theaters at the time.
That's funny.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, it's
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I loved his reaction after he got out of his shed and started punching the air.
Punches.
Yeah, it's very human. I like it. It's funny.
Couldn't contain himself.
Really struggling.
Toys are gone.
Do you think that would have been a time for John to check all his other places, like the gun in the train or his battleship poster?
Probably did.
He probably did. I imagined he did. We didn't really need to see that specifically.
I kind of had a problem. I'm fine with the battleship one not being found. The one in the basement that was just in a box. How did that one get missed by
There's
them?
2 guns in that box, but yeah.
I don't know how that got missed.
I'm assuming the only reason that they cleaned out the shed is because I'm imagining that she would have told them, like, this is where he always hangs out and puts all the tool stuff, so there's definitely something in there. Whereas the basement...
They were searching the whole house.
They were searching the whole house.
Furniture and everything.
Yeah. I don't really have a justification for it. I just assume they looked more... Like, the shed one is more obvious to me, which is why they would clear that one out. whereas there's not really much in the way for the one
Could've
under the
cut up
basement.
Jane's teddy bear.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
Search the database for a John Smith. No,
That is a funny line.
it was.
It took me until my fourth viewing to realize, John Doe, Jane Doe, to go with John Smith and Jane Smith, like the obviously opaque names.
Yeah. They're usually synonymous with the name Smith, anyways.
Yeah.
As aliases.
Yeah, so I didn't really make the connection to the John Doe Jane Doe thing until my fourth watch through, a couple years ago. But I always thought the whole John Smith thing was very funny, just because I'm like, you're gonna find the doctor in there or something.
Lots of John Smiths to find.
Oh yeah.
I've never come across a John Smith. Even though it's apparently the most common name in America.
Yeah, Pocahontas.
I've never met Pocahontas.
Well, there's a John Smith in that movie.
I mean,
There's John Smiths on a lot of television.
I can think of 13 John Smiths. They're all doctors, so I guess that doesn't count.
Yeah. I was talking about
13
in
off the top of your
person.
head. That's crazy.
They're all the doctors, so they don't count, I guess. Let's see. Shoot.
Franks, you got anything?
How did John? I don't know if Eddie really helped. How did John transport this whole furnace from the agency to Eddie's house?
I'm assuming that was just at Eddie's house.
Huh?
What?
The
I
furnace.
mean, just
that
at Eddie's house.
Yeah, the furnace that he's using to burn shit. I assumed Eddie just has one at his house.
No, you misread that.
Okay.
That furnace was at Jane's place where they burned the files, and
Where he gets
he
the,
brought that back
the little
to-
bee.
yeah, he brought that to Eddie's to salvage the documents that didn't burn.
Oh, okay. That makes. Yeah, I missed that one completely. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I
The
don't
only
even know
answer,
the
Sprinks, is he's technically a contractor, so he could have had people take it out. That's my best answer.
I get okay.
And
Like he could have
he
done
does
it
have-
there if no one's there.
I mean, he needs someone to watch his back while he works.
Could have just called Eddie to come over.
Yeah, but she also knows that territory. I wouldn't want to.
That's true.
I would. I
Not
would.
tactically smart.
Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for someone because Eddie is not as familiar with his house. So I'm like, no, I want to go to someone else's home turf. That's a
Do you
smarter
think-
decision.
Do you think Jane and her agency know where Eddie's house is?
I would imagine so. If they know John at this point, would Jane know his friend? I mean, they are friends out. Yeah, Eddie even talked to her like they knew each other at the restaurant later. So Jane definitely knew him as a friend. Whether or
Okay.
not he's associated to John's work can be implied now that she knows he's an
Well,
agent.
they're both contractors for an engineering firm, right? They work together.
Yeah.
So,
It's
whether
definitely
that's
easy
a
enough for them. to
I
know.
would say her higher ups know, but she herself doesn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, she might not know where he lives, but she can
It's really-
probably figure out.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's really confusing to me how smart Jane is in this movie now. Keeps flip flopping.
I mean, their intelligence is limited.
So then,
Yeah.
does she know? Does she not know? Yeah.
But I do love the mom, the chastising his mom in this scene
Yeah, it's great.
for almost getting killed, walking out unannounced. Because he's.
Mom, we're on high alert here. I almost killed you right then. You don't even realize.
Yeah, it's just funny. Contextual humor is best humor, and I thought that worked really well.
I'm glad we never saw them on too.
Yeah.
She was brought up a lot throughout this.
Yes. I'm kind of happy we didn't see her either. Leaves more to the imagination. Works better that way.
Like
Curious,
the
who did the voice of
Incredibles.
Eddie's mom?
Um. Do. Let's see.
And Eddie also brings up his ex several times.
Yeah.
It's comparison.
Do we want to? Okay, I'm actually gonna skip ahead to talk about the dance, their dinner scene together, unless because I mean otherwise we're gonna devolve talking scene by scene. So,
Sure.
um, I thought I like the way that I like that they search each other over and over again, and I could not for the life of me, mind you, I love the scene. I could not for the life of me find when she placed the bomb in his jacket.
Yeah, dancing.
Yeah, I mean yes, but he searches her first. So she'd have to do it. My only other idea for it is that one of her girls planted the bomb on him when the crowd is brushing past him.
I don't know. Would the girls have helped? Because they technically tried to kill him already. They want to help her.
They want to help her kill him. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm okay with them having ended up planting the bomb. If one of them planted the bomb.
Well, Jane also thought he was dead, so there's no reason for her friends to be around.
But we see them though in the scene.
You do?
Yes, we do. Like they are looking at him. Like the reason he gets tipped off that the bomb upstairs is a bait for him, is because Jane is staring at him and leaving, but also some of her techie girls are there looking at him as well. Like it's part of the tip off because they're all staring at him, like menacingly almost.
Oh, I missed that completely. Did you see that, Strings?
I apologize. I was not following. I was trying to look up who Eddie's mom is.
Okay.
So where Jane put the bomb in John's jacket after the dance?
My yeah. I can't for the life of me find out when she planted the bomb in him. If she's the one who did it, or her techie girls that were there that did it. Because I saw techie girls in the crowd as Jane was leaving. It cuts to a pair of girls looking at him menacingly, and it's implied that they work for Jane. So I assume.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so I assume that if Jane planted the bomb on him, it would have to be done before he searches her on the dance floor. Or it would be one of the girls brushing past him in the crowd as he's running to go check the bomb upstairs. Because he's worried Jane just died in that brief moment.
Did you see her gal pals, Springs? Because I didn't see them.
No, I did not. All I can think of is the guy said you're ticking, but that was after he got out.
Yeah. So at that point, the bomb was already planted on him. Because I assume was
it a remote, not detonation, but a remote trigger? Do you think?
It could be.
Because it would have had to be ticking when it was placed on him then.
Yeah, but granted, there was a lot of commotion at the time. Because granted, the plan, from what I understand the plan to be, Jane was set an explosion up there to flush everyone else outside, and her going up there would have baited him to go where no one else is, so it would remove collateral. Because she cares more about collateral than he does. And the reason he stops going up there is because he decides to, he sees Jane leaving along with a few, at least I assume that they're techie girls. I guess I don't really have confirmation, but I assume that's what I got from them. We're in the crowd looking at him, and that's when he double backed to kind of chase Jane.
I really hope it's not them, because I think that worsens the scene for me.
I didn't recognize any of the agency girls.
Yeah. Because if they're there, that means they know he's not dead, which kind of makes her crying make no sense. um, and the whole emotional stuff wouldn't really work.
Mhm.
So I don't think they're
I
there unless you can specifically know
I'm
for sure
Yeah,
that they're
I don't
present.
know for sure. So that's I will say that right now. That's kind of that's just what I interpreted from the scene, and it did dampen the scene a bit for me on the emotional side as well because I thought that that was there.
Uh, Springs, I know sometimes you have the movie in the background. Are you doing that currently?
Yes, I am.
Are any of Jane's friends present?
There's the possibility that the blonde one. I can't necessarily. It's very fast. But the blonde one who was like watching the wedding video and the one who was on the camera during the previous scene of the elevator thing, it might be her, but she has red hair instead of blonde.
Spy Agency, I could write that one off. If we can't
That's the
like,
only one that's really being familiar to me right now. I don't recognize anyone else. Like Jane's friend isn't there. I don't see. But
Okay, so I guess a maybe on
yeah,
one of them,
a solid maybe,
and a hopeful no.
and a whole I guess a hopeful no. Yeah, because I agree it would worsen the emotional part of the scene. But otherwise, outside of that, like I said, the one issue that I have, I really love the scene. Banter is really good, and I like their back and forth and the way that they search each other for weapons. Um, and they're being a bit on the rough side because they have some pent up aggression
A
here.
little bit.
Yeah.
I like
they're
the little
doing, yeah.
the quote unquote fourth wall break.
Yeah, kind of. Looks at the camera, but it's just a couple of old folks looking at
Yeah,
him.
looking at it all folk.
Yeah.
So I do like the use of like a fourth wall break.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's that scene. Crimson, you got anything?
Yeah, I'll go his infiltration scene
All
of
right.
Jane's work. Uh, I it either shows how incompetent they are or how highly skilled John is. Which one do you think it is?
I will say that the people at her work are very overconfident. At least that's the projection I'm getting. So that could blend into their stupidity.
I'm slightly confused what scene we're talking about.
Where John enters her building through the vents.
Oh,
And he
early.
has to
Okay.
evacuate. Yeah.
Okay. Before the furnace thing. Gotcha.
Yeah. Think it just shows how good he is or how bad her agency is? Or in writers'
Does
instance of being
John
overconfident.
contact Jane or does Jane contact John? Jane contacts John through the
Security,
speakers
like
and
he fakes her
security.
voice. So.
Wait, now we're talking
No,
about
we're
the same
talking about a
scene?
different scene.
Oh, we are? Okay.
I'm not talking about the elevator. I'm talking
Oh,
about
you're talking about the
the
infiltrate.
vents.
Got it.
It's
Yeah.
elements.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Um,
in that instance, there's only so much you can do because it's technically a civilian building for the most part. So he probably
John?
got.
well, they didn't get alerted to his presence.
Until they did,
Yeah.
right? John didn't give himself away. They did get alerted, but it was farther than it should have been
Yeah.
because
there
do
is-
have lasers and
Yeah,
whatnot.
I will say that they find out a lot later than they should have, but I do understand there is limitations when their spy building is in a civilian building.
trying to. Who called first? I don't. Was it Jane or John?
Jane noticed John was in the vents, or someone
Yeah.
in the agency did it, and then
Yeah.
Jane put herself
Yeah,
over speaker.
someone noticed that he was in the vents, and then yeah, Jane put herself for speaker.
So in that Jane contacted John first.
Okay, I might just have to
It's-
watch the whole scene again because I'm remembering it differently.
But it's interesting their security isn't lethal. Their security is simply detection. Because they didn't find any way to stop John getting to them. That's why they were deleting everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if
mean,
you're shooting
like
gunshots in a
Ryder said,
civilian
it's a
building,
civilian building.
if you're shooting
Yeah.
gunshots at the top of a
Well,
civilian building, people are going to notice.
Well,
If a
they're
maintenance worker
breaking
ends up in the
glass.
vents, you can't just
They're breaking
poison the
glass and
vents.
shooting grapple guns,
Yeah, but they're doing that. That's not as loud as a gunshot is. So
which goes back to my thing that this agency is very loud. John's would be a bunch of silencers.
I mean, that's their exit strategy.
yeah,
There's only
So
so
you're
many
saying
ways to
in
get
the
out of a
whole-
building.
In the whole agency, they don't have a single quiet method of killing someone.
I'm not going to
Not
go that
killing anyone
far.
right here.
I'm not
I mean,
committing
you-
to that absurdity, Spriggs.
Well, no. I mean, like Jane has normally the knife at her thigh. Do you think anyone else in the agency has a knife on their thigh or knives around?
I assume that
Doesn't
they
have to.
do.
I don't-
Unless
I
Jane,
don't
unless
assume one way or another.
I don't. I genuinely don't know.
Because
It
I
just-
mean, Jane's first hit with her her purse incident, that wasn't necessarily loud. That was just she had to leave in a hurry. She didn't like shoot anyone loudly or anything. I don't think they intentionally go loud.
Whose decision was it to leave? Was it Jane that instructed everyone to leave?
When John infiltrates.
Yeah. I'm curious
Yeah.
why the decision was to flee, delete, and run, than to kill John. Because the whole agency
John
gets
said, "This is your chance to leave." She says no, and then someone's finally specifically found his location in the fence, and then she's like, "All right, extraction level 3, wipe everything."
yeah, because at that point they realized how close he was.
He's a security threat, so they had to ditch everything and leave.
When John pulls his gun on Jane in the agency before she leaves, is his
Yeah.
gun silenced?
Yes,
Uh,
I remember it being
I don't recall.
silenced.
I don't
Yeah.
recall. But like Eddie said, he could have taken the shot and he didn't on that anyways.
So, yeah,
Well, for that on John makes sense.
I mean, even if
because
it
he's more
wasn't
emotional.
suppressed, the fact that the glass got blown out and would have had to land on the street and sidewalks,
Well, yeah, that's a Jane.
they're
thing.
definitely. I know. I'm okay. I don't know what part you're talking about.
You just
what
said
you're
the
going
silencer,
for.
which is John, and the glass would be on Jane. I'm saying the difference between the two, not hand in
Okay.
hand together.
Um,
I just don't understand why the agency, especially being now as the two of you saying that they're in on it and want to target John, whether they want Jane to do it herself or them to just annihilate each other, why don't they just single-handedly just flank or take down John while he's in the agency?
and that's something I've always kind of had problems with this movie is why don't they just take them out instead of have each other take each other out?
like I said, a lot
And
of
the only answer is that they want less people to know about the situation.
and they my only answer to that is they don't want to incriminate themselves.
And so that's just a blanket issue in that regards. But
Do you think if any other rando who knows was infiltrating this agency, they would have left? No matter who it would have been?
I do think because it's implied that John was like really, really close. I'm assuming they would have.
yeah, if someone got that close without them getting alerted earlier,
Like, because I mean, like, I mean,
because they wouldn't know what he would have done by now.
yeah,
They don't know if he's already in their systems. They don't really know anything.
yeah, he could have at the late point of detection they have him. He could have planted a bomb. He could have done anything.
So, yeah, too big a security risk if someone got that close to their operation. In terms of allowed escape, I don't know what else you'd want out of it. There could be an elevator, but that is also a security risk because he could have rigged it, could have done anything to elevators. So the only safest route for their extraction is through the grapples.
That's fine.
Uh,
The extraction through the grapples, I don't have a problem with.
Well,
other than what you
you
said.
were
The
saying that
glass.
it's loud, so that's
Well,
kind
I
of
guess
your
if
argument towards them.
and away from everyone. The glass falling, unless it all lands on a ledge, would hit sidewalk down below to indicate that there's something up above. Which is another thing with Jane, with the whole purse jumping down, or like no one really cares what the hell is happening in New York.
Yeah, the police aren't characters. Yes.
The fact you said guns wouldn't be used because they're in a building, which would be loud, but then they have knives. It didn't necessarily make sense to me that the agency was being attacked by one guy and they deleted everything and ran.
This isn't the entire agency. This building is not the whole agency.
No, it's just a branch.
Their portion, or yeah.
So yeah, it's not like HQ and then they had to wipe everything they've ever had. that would be a problem if only one person understood. They took away the entire agency essentially. But I'm sure the stuff is backed up on the main hub or wherever the place is.
Yeah,
a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not too worried about them ditching it. I'm a little confused why they kept the name of the organization. That was my problem that I wrote down. That he was able to track them again.
Oh, well, that one's a trap. So they did that intentionally.
Yeah, but I don't know if they needed to do that.
Well, I mean, it makes them easier.
Wait. The burning of the new construction, where they got the piece to link to the logo, that was a trap the whole time?
Yes.
Was planted evidence to burn?
No. The elevator was a trap for John.
The elevator's a trap for John. They just kept the same corporation, quote unquote, in order to lure John. Because they assumed he was smart enough to find something.
Well, but they were burning it.
Yeah. And if they didn't,
they weren't burning their logo. They were just burning everything.
So it wasn't a general
My
thing.
issue with the burning and him finding the logo is I feel like he should already know it since that's where his wife has worked there for 6 years.
Yeah.
He didn't need that piece of information. Yeah.
Yes.
He knew the building that she worked at.
Yeah. I don't have an issue
from the address.
I don't have an I understand your problem with it again, so yeah.
He knew the building address of the building from the RAM that the laptop showed of where Jane works. From what they found in the burn, I thought that was a completely different thing. It's a black box property manager, which was building a building. That logo and name, you're saying, was connected to the original building Jane was in?
That's how I thought it. If that isn't the case and that's a completely separate thing, then I have a problem with him finding that through the furnace.
I thought it was a completely different thing. That's why they were burning it. To not be tracked.
Since you have it up currently, Sprinks, can you look when he looked at the directory what the name of the business was? Because I think it said it above her position as CEO.
iTemp Technology Staffing.
iTemp.
Jane Smith, CEO.
So it is a different company. Yeah, I have a problem with that then. Because that trap wouldn't work if that paper actually burned.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they planted, which is a problem for me, but the planting of the bombs on the elevator, I think, was because they knew eventually, I think, John would have found them. But the burning of said logo and everything, I think, was purposely to burn to slow him down.
So they had time to prep, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think it was like planted like, oh, let's burn this, but I don't know, protect this one corner from fire so John can find it, kind of like make a little game hunt for him. I don't think that was the purpose at all.
That's something they'd have to show, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this whole elevator thing, that's another problem for me, was who do you think got there first?
Oh, the food. He walks right by the food truck, so the girls were there.
Okay, so they planted the bombs and everything on the elevator and have the camera in the elevator. When did John get the time to put his connection to the camera? switch it so it's the elevator.
I'm assuming he
Well,
just
you just have
cased.
to be on top of the elevator.
Yeah, I'm assuming he just cased both elevators, and then he decided, okay, this is the one where the bombs are, so I'm just gonna go into the other one, and then I'm gonna set up the camera.
When did he do that without them knowing, though? If their camera's already in the elevator.
Don't you see? He was
Well,
wearing a hard
he's
hat and
out-
wearing glasses, so he's wearing a disguise.
Well, yeah, he's going in as
About
a
as
contractor.
good as
That's
as good
his-
as this disguise as Steve Rogers does in Civil War. I mean, Winter Soldier.
But that's what he did to begin with, to go in the elevator. This wasn't his first time there, is what I'm agreeing we're all believing, right?
If it was his first time there, it just wasn't.
was-
He didn't go just instantly straight in.
Okay, so if it was first time, he went into the opposite elevator without the bombs, set up a camera. Did he remote turn on the camera to like swap feeds so that it was seamless? Because then he would have just appeared in their footage. Unless he did it without anyone in the elevator first, so it didn't look like anything.
he
I'm trying to figure
had
out how he got the upper hand on them to be in the other elevator.
he had a device, some sort of transmitter, on top of the elevator he was on, not the bombed one.
Yeah.
So I always thought he just made his way into the elevator shaft and played with the elevators from in the shaft away from the camera's view. Because that's the only way you really could do that.
Yeah, because he's in a different location than when the one that was with the bomb, right? Obviously.
He's
Yeah.
in the opposite elevator.
Yeah.
But they have feed of him in the food truck, which they believe is in their elevator, but it's another camera in
Yeah.
the other elevator that he's in.
Well,
So to wire that to transmit their camera feed and take it over without them knowing, I'm just trying to figure out when he had time to do that.
And we don't really get a time.
yeah, there's not really an indication of
He could-
time.
The way I always interpreted this was he went in the shaft, he set up a transmitter and a camera loop for the one he stands in so they don't see him. Well, actually, no, that's not it. No loops. He just swaps the feeds from inside the shaft. Because you see a device with green lights lining.
And then,
on the one
once
he's
his
on.
camera's set up, he just swaps once he's done swapping the feeds, then he just,
Then he walks in.
walks in.
So,
Because his elevator is unfinished, right? Like, it doesn't have the roofing on it.
well, this whole
because-
building's under construction.
Yeah.
No, his is finished because you can see the receiver on top of his elevator. As Crimson said, what doesn't make sense to me is that they have in their truck, they're able to see where all the elevators are. So they stop the one that they think he's in. How does he know then? Okay, so they stop the one they think he's in. He's in the other one that could still be moving, who knows. He would have to then stop his own. That way it doesn't open with the feed, which maybe it's just luck that no one needs to go in the elevator for his feed to open, to them to know he's in a different elevator. He needs to pretend that that is the point where it turns around. Securities in elevators work for singular elevators, not to alarm the others. So when he checks security and they come through, he'd have to probably wire that to their planted one as well. That is a lot of setup.
Like I said, I'm totally fine with him casing the place first. I mean, as we know, he knows the bombs are there. So he clearly does. He clearly has seen their elevator of choice.
Actually, that's a great point. He said, or at least Jane said, her pals said, that the bombs were disabled except for the primary charge. Obviously, he did that surprise face thing.
Yeah.
So that just proves he was in the shaft where the cables are, which further proves that he was already in the shaft before he entered the elevator car. Whatever. So
Yeah. So I'm
Okay, this is the
I'm totally down to believe he cased it. We don't have any indication of time that passed though.
No, this is the most technologically advanced it has shown John Bean in this movie. Then
disabling bombs and then putting up a transmitter.
disabling
That's
bombs,
pretty basic.
No. Disabling bombs, putting up a transmitter for his own camera feed, possibly rigging his own elevator to not move to indicate when the other one stops. Connecting the security audio so his elevator he's in gets indicated that it's being pressed and indicated on the elevator that they think he's in. It's a lot of steps.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he does have the means to do it, so I'm not necessarily writing it off, I suppose.
I think it's in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
That's what I'll leave it at.
Also, it's a lot of work to do without anyone noticing. With this
Well,
many
it's an
steps,
elevator
maybe
shaft.
it's
Who's
one-
going to be seeing anything?
Well, it's
And we didn't see any cameras of the shafts, because then they
No,
definitely
but
would have seen him tamper with the bombs.
They burned the logo to keep this is where their new place is going to be, which he then was doing a front for. So would that building not have tons of their agents like around it, helping with construction or blueprints or whatnot?
If we're going with that, this was entirely a trap. This probably isn't even their new building. That's why they're in the taco truck.
But then why would they burn it?
The burning the logo thing is really getting to you.
Well, I have that problem. That makes no sense to me. But
yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't make sense.
Why isn't this building crawling with spies or whatever? I think is because this isn't actually their new building. It's just
that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be crawling, but I don't think the entire construction crew or whatever. There's got to be one person working for the agency, or a part of it. I believe the food truck is to conceal equipment and have more of them present on the scene when John's there, which also, another question, how long have they been staking out waiting for John to arrive or start this?
Oh, they don't have to worry about it. They got food right on hand.
Unknown.
Unknown.
Don't know how long they have been there. We don't know how long it took for John to set up the elevator stuff.
How long for John to sneak past at least for this quote-unquote day that there's 4 of them in the food truck. So get past 4 of them. It's a lot.
All we know is that it took place in less than half a day, based off their 48-hour time constraints. Because with the talk with Eddie, find out there's 18 hours left. So it's less than 18 hours.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Do we have anything left for this act?
Where did this act end? A conversation on their phone.
You sounded like you wanted to talk about the bomb in the jacket springs, but I don't know if that's what you were gonna.
It's just about, the bomb in the jacket is ticking in a group of people who are already running out of the building because of a bomb. John takes his jacket off, puts it in a mailbox, warns people, which is helpful, I guess. It explodes. So another explosion. Where everyone kind of moved away from the mailbox, but they're not running away. They're just kind of in shock. There's cops there. No one's going after John in line of cops. And the only person who talks to John is a limo driver who watches John take his jacket off, explode in a mailbox, and say, "Would you like a limo, sir?" It seems absurd.
The question from the limo guy, yes, that's the most absurd part. I believe John would take the limo from him, 100%, or the car, but the offer is a bit ridiculous. I assume that's just them being comedic, or an attempt at comedy.
No, it's an attempt at being comedic. I get that, but the thing that's bothering the most is there's cops right next to the exploding mailbox, and they completely ignore it.
Yeah, the cops aren't characters. You're just going to hear me agree with you there.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue it. Definitely a problem regarding that.
And at this point, I have in my notes that John knows that how serious Jane is by the whole elevator explosion, without very little hesitation or feelings.
Well, that was his final chance of giving her a chance.
Yeah. They're going home to kill each other now. Um,
Poor
I
John.
think that's all I have on this.
yeah. And you, Crimson, is that all?
Final check.
I mean, while you're final checking, I'm gonna talk about the car scene. I really like the phone call, the two phone calls that they have in the car, because John, being the more emotional one, opens up a little bit in honesty, and you can see Angelina Jolie is also just a great actress, but you can see kind of the inner turmoil of her wanting to be open, and then just committing herself to the mission, the job. So she's hitting her head on the back of the chair, kind of help get herself ready for something that she needs to do. I really like.
Just an easy mark.
Yeah, you were the best looking Mark I've ever seen, and I really like the character development for both of them here. It's nice. Character work is great. um, and with
one little note I had, one more for the elevator scene. I wrote down, so was everybody willing to accidentally kill construction workers with that elevator falling?
That's true, which doesn't seem like their MO.
The only benefit to this is that they get is we don't see anyone on the first floor around the elevator. But but logically,
when
I have
John
to.
enters, there are people on the site.
The only thing I can think of is that it wasn't Jane who pulled the button. It was one of her agency people. So maybe she has a different, maybe a little more messier collateral damage to her
Approach
than Jane. So
yeah,
maybe Jane was actually bluffing. But
yeah, I can sort of see that. I mean, she definitely looks like she's surprised that they did that. Like, she asked, why did you do that? And she's like, you said goodbye. This, that sort of thing. They do have that exchange. So it's it's still plausible that they killed someone, pretty much. So
yeah, I mean, if it was a bluff, why even use real explosives?
Yeah.
So and doesn't really work.
Yeah.
But that's all I got.
All right, then we shall move on to Act 4, which is
well, sorry, just to answer Crimson's question, I think they used real explosive for Jane to still not have her agency turn on her.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about the whole she didn't plan on killing him the whole time thing. That's just probably.
Well, that yeah.
Yeah. All right, next act.
All right, Act 4 is from Shane running into his car at their doorstep at the driveway, all the way through to the end of the car chase, I believe. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So very action-packed act, this one, for the most part.
Oh yeah.
To start, I'm gonna start fairly early. I love the back and forth that John has with his neighbor when he sees him trying to break into his own house, and he's diving
Bill?
from cover. Oh yeah, you know, Bill.
Your car's over the curb.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Bill. I'll take care of it later. It's again, contextual humor is fucking hilarious, and the movie does use it quite effectively most times.
Also, is this the quote-unquote limo that John brought back?
Yeah, and it's not a limo. I'll say
it's
that.
Not a limo.
Yeah.
So like a 4-door sedan.
Yeah,
This kind of could go towards the police presence where he had to swap vehicles to avoid police.
Yeah, that would help, but I'm
writing
I feel like
that isn't there.
Yeah, like that's something that you're writing something for them. It wouldn't surprise me there's a deleted scene that explains that, but we don't have anything tangible to work with. So, is it plausible? Once again, yes. He could go to switch cars because that would be the smart thing to do. Just don't have anything tangible for it.
The only thing I can go with is the neighbors see them. They've been here for a long time, and Bill does call it his car.
Oh, maybe he could have gone back to get his old car. That's fair.
Say like, oh, you got a limo or a chain or something. Just conversation. He did call it John's car. and it is the black car. So it's nighttime, so I can't exactly make out if it's the same exact car that he takes to work and whatnot.
Yeah.
But he could have swapped it.
Well, that makes that better. I
Yeah,
think.
but it's certainly not a limo.
Yeah. More plausible that he switched. Let's see. It is. He. Going through my notes. Going through my notes.
It's
It
pretty
becomes
much
a little
two
bit of-
big action scenes.
Yeah.
It becomes a little bit of guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, guerrilla warfare in
It
the
is.
house, back and forth, and some flirtations here and there, and I think the banter's really good. To avoid
I guess-
going scene by scene, how about we just pick our favorite parts of this fight, if you have one. I have one part that I didn't like about the fight as well.
Well, one thing I do like is John's not wearing a jacket. He's in white.
He's white. He's wearing a white shirt and black pants.
Yeah, and I think it's a gray tie.
Yep, and she's all in black.
She's all in black.
Also good. Oh, to kind of keep the theme of the colors going, Springs. She's in all black at the restaurant. And he's wearing a black suit over his white shirt.
Yeah.
All right.
A part I like at the house is when she tries to shotgun him through the wall, and he's like, "You still alive?" And he's like, "Oh,
And he's rubbing the gun on the ground.
yeah."
Yeah. No, I
Fires
wrote that down in
back.
my notes too. Oh man, we're just gonna keep naming shit. I'm gonna get the one part of this fight I don't like out of the way really quickly, just so I can.
The explosion.
No, that one
Didn't
didn't
look the
bother.
best,
That actually didn't.
but-
That didn't bother me. The explosion actually didn't
Yeah,
look the
first
best.
time it's fine.
That one bothered me.
Yeah. The part that bothered me was the jump cut to them standing at the end of the fight, because they both rolled and were on their knees to grab their guns, and then in the next shot they're standing up, aiming at each
Oh, in the
other.
kitchen.
No, at the very end.
Oh, Yeah, over the
The
couch.
shotgun on
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, the very end. Yeah, that
Right.
that is what bothered me. Everything else I was fine with one way or another.
When John gets the battleship gun, it's a little odd that it's wrapped in saran, like it's factory new looking. So maybe it's like quote unquote collectors in case you
Yeah,
play it off or something like that.
the idea is that it's collectors, is what I assumed.
Yeah. But what I do like is that this is the first time we've actually seen John purposefully put on a silencer. Every other gun he's grabbed, it already has it equipped or on it.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like just already has it that way and takes time for him to take it off. This time he actually purposely puts it on.
Yeah, like we see him put the effort in.
Yeah. So that to me is a consideration to all the neighbors around. Otherwise, he would just, why not? Just go willy-nilly shooting. And
Yeah,
what's the purpose of putting it on?
I agree. I like that.
Police. If we were
There's
to
no
believe police
police.
mattered.
Hey, police are gonna show up in like
Well,
5 minutes.
we still have to assume this is a real world where police actually act. Okay.
Yeah.
They even
No,
called the cops.
they borrowed John Wick's police. It's fine.
They even
It's
called the
completely different.
cops with the neighbors right after
They
this.
do not have the reputation John Wick does.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying, the same police force in from the John Wick's movies
Yeah.
are here. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to compare these movies, because John Wick 1 is better, if only slightly. I will. Okay, so next part of let's see, fight I like. I really love the use of "Express Yourself." It's probably my favorite use of the song ever.
Yeah, it's pretty apropos.
Yeah, they're finally being honest with each other and beating the fuck out of each other.
Yeah, the music in this is usually pretty fitting, and I guess it's kind of a product of the time. So mid 2000s used a lot of like poppy music,
Mhm.
and that's definitely present here. But I think it all fits.
Yeah,
Each time it's
in the same
used.
way I love Guardians of the Galaxy music. It works well with the content. I
Comedic tone too.
Yeah, I do. Okay, I guess this is more of a flaw, but I thought of another one. They hate each other way too much to look this pretty by the end of the fight.
Yeah, when they open the door, the neighbor's like, "Oh, you guys only got like 2 cuts on your face."
Yeah.
He got smashed into a clock and a mirror and crushed a table.
However, I will say that is a great detail that they kept with is the cuts on each other's face throughout the movie.
Yes.
That's a makeup thing that
I
stayed.
I do like that they keep it. But I think that there is a bit of plot armor here, and they take a lot less significant damage than they should, especially when John gets hit with two like glass objects over his head, and then the metal one after saying "Come to Daddy." So
That was something I couldn't tell. Was that his golf trophy wrapped up in that towel that she smacked him with?
I think so.
Okay, because I couldn't tell. It seemed kind of like a gold chalice trophy, but
Yeah.
I just it was so quick I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the explosion in the kitchen I didn't really like. 'Cause there wasn't enough time for the gas to fill the room to cause that type of explosion, and
Yeah.
it would have linked to the where the gas is stored, but it just blew up where it came out of the nozzle.
Yeah.
So it didn't really make sense in that regards.
Mm-hmm.
And where was he when that went off? I don't remember.
Behind it, he was still behind the kitchen counter.
Okay, so yeah, he would have died too.
Yeah, he was. I mean, like the only benefit is he was aiming the gas toward her, but I still think he would have obviously gotten fucking burned.
Well, yeah, like I said, it would have gone to the tank the gas is coming from, which is presumably
What destroys
under
the
the
house?
hose right next to him.
Yeah, which blows up the whole house in a couple scenes.
Yeah,
That is true.
so
um,
yeah, not great on that front.
thing I liked about this fight, they go in full like I yearn for true gender equality as I say, but they are both getting as good as they give. One of my favorite transition is like behind the couch scene to kind of obviously they're doing this to hide the actors and protect them, but it's still funny like the solo frames of like her just beating down with all her strength something, and then she gets pulled onto the floor and he stands up and he's doing that fucking just kick him while they're down.
That goofy kick.
I love it. It's so great. And then he just gets ball punched.
Yeah, cheap shot.
Yeah. Like obviously I'm pretty sure the actor is just holding pillows, but it's great. It made me fucking laugh. It still does to this day. As far as gimmicks go, it's good. I loved it. And as Sprinks, do you got anything for the fight? You've been kind of quiet.
That well, it's still to their character during the whole standing with the guns to each other that John is the emotional one who just says he can't do it.
First one to admit, as he has been the whole movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think this is the point where Jane does finally figure out that she can't. John's kind of
Come
like pretty much
on!
the whole time
Yeah.
said like, I don't think I can do this. Let's work it out. Let's talk.
Yeah.
The whole time.
I like that Jane yells at him to come on because it's easier for her to commit to the job when she's being aimed at.
Yeah.
The fight, I think I'm good. I'll bring up when the neighbors and the cops are at the door.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. That's pretty much what we're going to next. So
Sweet. This is when they bring the red oak back. When they're at the door, the guy that he toured the house with, what was his name, Martin or something?
yeah,
He's once they're getting waved off and everything, he's like, shame about the red oak, and the door closes. It was just a weird little line that's in the background. Like they called that back, of course.
yeah. Thoughtful echo is always great. So it's a very it's a cheap tool in writing, but it will work very effectively when used right. I like that they thought domestic altercation, which is true. It was a domestic altercation.
Definitely was.
But I like that they both have to this is obviously after they passionately make up. Is this also after? No. Is this after their stories telling to each other? No. This is before.
Yes, because that's next morning after breakfast.
Yes. But yeah, I do like the scene as they both have to play off of the whole thing. Like, oh, we're just redecorating. I found that, to me, that's funny. Because, you know what? If you could redecorate that way, why wouldn't you?
Well,
because it's
apparently that sex scene was steamier, and they reduced it to get the PG-13 instead of an R.
really.
So I don't know how much longer or what was shown on that, but they
Those were the
specifically
50
gave
endings.
yeah, they specifically gave that to get the PG-13.
Man, now I want to see the adult version of this.
Who knows? Maybe it's out there.
Um, let's see. I do like how exhausted they are at the end of the fight because they're both just kind of they beat the shit out of each other. Are extremely worn out.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. That's all I got for the fight. So, I like when the friend gets a contract for both of them. He's like, I only got out of my bed for $500,000 because he thought they underpaid him for it, the bounty.
Yeah, 400,000.
Yeah,
400,000 each.
yeah, 400,000 each. Yeah. But I obviously, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh, I was going to ask. Do you think there would have been an amount where Eddie would have killed John or tried, or he's just too good a friend to even do that?
See, the thing is, I could believe it either way. There's not really enough for me in the film itself for me to justify like a limitation for him, but I could also see them argue the other way as well. Whereas just we obviously don't see their whole friendship, but we could assume that as well. I think that can go both ways.
I agree. I can see it playing off of like helping John and being like, you know, it wasn't enough. It was petty cash or something. But it could also play the other way where he like shoots at John. He goes, Eddie, what the hell? And he goes, dude, my mom's medication or something, like
Yeah.
a joking either way, but depending on price.
Yeah, I can see it go either way. Genuinely, like there is definitely an argument there to be had, but the problem is there's no evidence supporting strongly either way for me. So I just have to go with what the film implies, which is Eddie just was a good friend.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
I think the conversation they have for their breakfast, the whole sitting down and eating the scraps of what they have, if they had that conversation way earlier in their relationship, this would have been a completely different movie.
Yep, I can agree with that. Still, one of my favorite scenes in the film is them talking about their history, and like
Hi, stranger.
Oh, you did that job? No way.
yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
And then we find out that United States Postal Service is in on it. And you know what? I've been skeptical of that for a long time. So
Yeah, you know what?
They were spying on us right now.
Yeah, the United States Postal Service is just super underpaid. So obviously they have to get their money somehow.
Taking hits.
I'm cycling through screenshots, so take it away, you guys.
Well, this kind of begs the question of why would they do this approach now? I mean, this was obviously the end of the 48 hours. But it just seems like it could have been cleaner just to take them out earlier.
Oh, we're gonna get into John Wick 2 problem territory. So yeah, I don't really have a justification for this. It's just that they were hoping that they would do this because it would be cleaner if they did it themselves. But obviously the 48 hours are up, so it's clearly
I think not just the 48 hours were up, but they also never got a indication that one of the targets was dead.
Yeah, that to me is why they're committing to this now. Like, okay, well, it doesn't matter that if we incriminate ourselves now, that we actually have to do this.
Well, so what if one actually succeeded in killing the other? Would they have let the other one just do their job still, or kill them later?
The other organization, like, let's say if John died, I'm pretty sure his organization would have retaliated somehow. I don't know it would have been the degree that they necessarily killed Jane.
Would they retaliate? Because their plan was for them to.
That is true. That is true.
If John died and Jane kept going, I think Jane would have been seen as a darker hit or a darker member of the agency, and I don't think everyone would see her the same for just the level of how cold she is.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think she would really fluctuate on going down or up in her agency. And I think Eddie's like the only one. We don't know many people who work with John's agency, so I think they wouldn't really retaliate. But
Yeah.
I think if it was the other way around,
I do think
died,
Jane's organization would have retaliated, at least in a minor capacity, because it is a joint operation, but we don't know how deep that connection between the two organizations goes, because we know they're competing, and we don't know how deep the connection goes between both organizations, which obviously would have been explored in one of the alternate endings, I'm guessing. I would assume that with what we have on them, it might only be just for the specific instance that they're cooperating, and this is like, a temporary alliance, like, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, just for this moment, because they're both problematic.
That's interesting, because they were planning on making a TV show after this, and they actually did make a pilot. I don't know if that is able to be watched anywhere, but
Oh, that hurts, actually. I would have loved to see a TV show.
the only problem with the show was they recast him, but it's still technically canon.
Yeah. See,
I'm
just gonna. I just have Burn Notice and Spy X Family to fill the hole this is left.
And then apparently there was also going to be a sequel, but Angelina and Brad Pitt both didn't think it was good enough to be made. So I guess good on having some integrity for your characters.
Good for you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and then later, 5 years later, there was going to be a prequel, but
wow.
that didn't happen either. So I don't know what they were doing with this franchise, even though it's not really a franchise.
Not a franchise, so not a problem.
Apparently, they tried.
Yeah, but a good integrity for them. If they didn't like anything, why would you want to do anything?
Yeah.
Let's see. Do I have anything else?
We have the whole car chase.
We do have the car chase. I'm just thinking about the whole, like... Alright. The bomb that they kick under the fuel tank, I think that obviously would have gone off earlier, because we see a timer counting down on it.
I
right?
counted. I went back and did that. So
they were dead by like 5 seconds, right?
The second it dropped the bomb, there was 5 seconds on it.
Oh, they're dead by 20 seconds at least.
It took 19 seconds for it to blow up.
Yep, dead by 20 seconds at least.
I wrote down the 0 on the bomb does not indicate detonation.
Apparently.
Which is that's a problem.
Yes, it is. I would agree with that. Really cool escape scene, like seeing all the people like over their house, like taking aim at them, and the house blowing up with all of them invading it. Really cool. Still very, very plot armor is very thick because they chose to show the countdown.
I wish they made movies like this still, where there's a lot of practical effects in this.
But
there's also some CG to enhance.
Yeah.
And, most of the CG in this looks pretty good.
Yes.
The house blowing up looks pretty good, except when they're in the shot of it exploding.
Yeah, one thing about the final act is that the yellow glasses are practical because of all the exploding dust that's in the air. Like that's why the actors are wearing it, to protect their eyes.
Oh, is that specifically why there was them?
Yeah.
Little detail.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's something I missed in modern movies.
Yeah.
We rely so heavily on CG.
Good mix of practical and CG. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Obviously, they did not survive that explosion, just
yeah.
like the rest of these soldiers.
Oh yeah, they died. So plot armor is thick as fuck here. Their love for each other clearly protected them. I don't know. Yes. It's one of those things. Plot armor exists. Yeah.
The tagline. I don't know if it's the actual tagline, but it's like "Love and war, love conquers all."
Even death.
I would like to quickly just go through. I love that they're in all white ever since the morning, because rebirth. They're truly getting to know each other for the first time again. Really like following the clothes symbolism here.
Yeah.
And they pretty much are in this mode all the way through the end of the car chase. And then they're in black once again after that. But
what does them being in black symbolize then?
They're on the job, more or less.
Well, they don't really have a job anymore.
I think that's true. But black means they're a little more professional on a task at hand.
Yeah,
White's
meaning they're willing to kill people. They're pretty much on the. When I say they're on the job, I mean they're focused.
Ryder, with what we've said so far, do you think white is an indication of their marriage and together and love, and black is the job and the killing?
Yes, that's kind of where it's very broad, but yes, that's mostly where they are for that film.
Well, you guys said during the poker table he had an off-white, but he's on the job. Why wouldn't he be wearing black?
Well, it's off indication. No. Well, the thing is, he's playing a character though of innocence. The off-white is to signify that he is not innocent. He's playing a character, is what they're doing.
I guess that works.
It just seems so flimsy every time you guys mention these clothing things. They seem to be different every single time. Symbolism you guys are throwing at them.
We'll say this: Ryder and I, at least to my knowledge, are just spitballing what you're seeing. We're
interpreting.
Ryder did not come up with facts of what the director and writer have stated about the colors of this movie or anything.
Yeah, we're just interpreting what the scene is giving us.
To rationalize what you guys are saying.
You're rationalizing symbolism. I think you've already lost.
You can rationalize symbolism.
Yeah, you can, but you have to have literally director's words to rationalize symbolism. Like they intentionally made it this way. Yeah.
Isn't it weird that they never use white guns? They're always black. It's like the guns are always the job.
You know what? You're onto something. Even the ice cream.
The ice cream is like, can you really have marriage and the assassination together?
The closest we get to a white gun is the silver guns that they have.
What's with the yellow glasses, by the way? Why aren't they just normal black tinted shades?
Crimson, they're yellow because everyththing they see is yellow, and yellow is a sign of happiness and joy in life. So they're really enjoying each other's.
Yeah, don't you see that they're the sun in each other's lives?
Yeah, when they look at each other, they're both yellow. They're really having a great time.
Oh, hold on. I can really piss Crimson off. Give me a second. So you know how you can see Yang's color in Blake's eyes and Blake's color in Yang's eyes? It's really wonderful. Yeah.
That is a reference to a show called Ruby for all you audience members who have no clue what Ryder just said.
Man, you just love how in Ruby's eyes they're like this gray-silver color, and that just happens to be Mercury's colors.
Oh, don't you mean Weiss?
No. Weiss isn't gray.
Her outfit is. Well,
no, she's white. That's kind of the whole shtick is Weiss white.
No, she's an off-white most of the time. So, well, at least she's an off-white after the first 3 seasons, the first 3 volumes.
Ice blue.
Yeah, there we go.
Not gray. Anyways, let's get back to the movie we're talking.
I think it was a cool detail that the explosion of the car behind with the grenade only did so much damage to the minivan. I think that was
a lot of problems with this car.
Okay, well, I was just about to say, I think that's my favorite explosion shown in the movie so far.
Oh, it can be, yeah.
I didn't see it as a problem.
No, I wasn't saying that specifically as a problem. More the bulletproofness of these cars.
Yeah, it dropped immediately when she spun the car around to shoot them.
Immediately. The cars are bulletproof. These cars are bulletproof.
Like, that was funny.
She needs to destroy them by shooting them.
Yeah, which is why the grenade thing is actually really cool, because it's inside the car and they can't do shit about a grenade in their car.
Crimson, do you think they pulled a Jaffa cake or a wagon wheel?
That just flew over my head.
Yeah, that's from Bullet Train.
Oh, okay. Yes, your lovely movie.
I really do want to see Bullet Train. I do. It's
It's
on
good.
my
It's
list.
great.
Yeah, it's a good
And
movie.
we'll cover it one day.
Kind of similar humor, I'd say, to this actually.
Oh, that just makes me even more excited because it's Brad Pitt again. Is he playing the same character though? That's the real question.
No.
No, not at all.
It'd be insane if he was.
They're
But no.
both kind of laid back characters, if you want to boil it down, but they're pretty different.
Okay. We skipped over the one of my little favorite tiny tidbits is they steal the neighbor's car, pull out, run a guy over. He runs out, grabs his gun, kicks him, runs back to the car, and then actually runs him over.
He loves his little kicks.
He's having a rough day. It's been a rough couple days. I'm just like, he's getting it out.
They stole the Coleman's car.
Yeah, and to quote him directly, says these fuckers get younger every year, and then they run him over. Like you can see the car bounce up and down.
I like the little connection of the danger, everything of Mr. and Mrs. Smith to their neighbors. Of the Coleman's car has a cross hanging in it. Of like they're just like a nice little religious family. You know, probably real like Ned Flanders. Maybe not the point of Ned Flanders, but like really like just religious and calm and nice. And then they're just like in a whole car chase trying to murder people. It's a nice little connection to how they are to their community.
I agree.
Kind of brought up earlier, but the lack of police during this car chase.
Oh yeah, what lack of police in this movie?
And the lack of
never heard of
public
it.
safety as well. Because these people after them are implied that it's both agencies. So
I assume the ones at the house were John's because of the whole what is it called? The postal
Droid?
No, the postal service stuff. And the robotic droid is more analog for me to buy it because I think the cars being bulletproof is very rich, high end thing. So I assume that would be Jane's company. So like they're both taking their separate shots at them.
So the fight at the store, what was it, Costmart or something like that? Is that both agencies, or is that just Jane's, since they're like the higher end agency? So they all have the same outfits. They're not like
at that point
identifiable.
I don't know at that point. I can make guesses before then, but I don't know for that one.
Okay. We are jumping ahead of ourselves here.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
the
think
social-
Eddie's good of his job.
What'd you say?
I said that. I said I don't think Eddie is as good as his job as one would think, because John and Jane both get the element of surprise on him in a public space.
I assumed he's there to
not
meet
really
them.
hiding from them.
Yeah, I assume he's there to meet them.
Well, I don't know if he's there to meet, but he's not like hiding from them.
Well, I
Or
mean,
no,
he got a bounty on his friend, so he's going to the restaurant that they hang out in because this is somewhere they've been before in the movie. If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah,
No,
I think that's
what
the
I
ice cream
mean-
place.
What I mean is he was surprised to see them both. He was surprised
he
when
thought they'd
John was
be
across
dead.
from him.
Well,
And
yeah.
he was a bit shocked. And then he starts talking badly about Jane and gets surprised that Jane's right next to him. Like, he's not perceptive of really either one being there. So I don't know how he is at his job then.
I mean, he's in a public
Well,
place.
he didn't take the
so
contract.
yeah,
He didn't take the contract, and he probably thought they both were dead.
yeah.
Because the 48 hours were up.
I'm okay
So
with
he
it
just had his
because
guard down this whole time.
I'm
Well, I
assuming
don't know
so.
why it would need to be up.
Why would he need to?
Why,
He
why do
wouldn't
you
have.
think he needs
yeah.
to have it up?
Well, the only thing when John dropped the wine bottle and Jane instinctively grabbed it, if Ryder's saying she never knew, then that was just instinct to grab it. But if Crimson's saying she did know, then that was her training to grab it, of her dexterity, of whatever.
Well, I mean,
So
she's obviously trained to grab it just out of instinct. My whole thing is she didn't necessarily know she was a spy at that point.
Okay, so I'm not trying to compare the skills of Eddie to Jane, but I don't know why an agent in this field would ever be like just let down. It's the fact that it's in a public space, which I think is even worse to Eddie because he can see pretty much from any angle, especially since they don't come up behind him. It just makes
still don't
Eddie
know why you
seem
think he needs to be
coercive.
on guard.
Well, the only thing I can think of then is that Eddie isn't an agent or a hitman like John.
He
It's
is
just the guy behind the chair.
the only reason
But
he is because he's at the work with him.
Well, and he gets the hits.
Yes.
He got the bounty, so he definitely is a hitter.
I just think this shows that he's not great.
I'm not convinced he has to have his guard up is the problem.
Yeah, like you can't have your guard 24/7, 365 in any situation. Yeah, even Jane and John, obviously, because they got married to another spy, their guards weren't really up, I guess. Right?
Well, no, I guess having his guard up isn't the right word I'm trying to get across. He's not blind.
Okay, so your issue is that they just appeared in front of him.
Yes, with him being shocked at both instances.
Okay.
He wasn't just nonchalant of like, hey, how
okay,
you
so
doing,
the only thing I need to do to counter this is they just walk through the back door instead of the front one.
But that's what I'm saying. They were never behind him. They both appear. Well, John appears in front of him, and Jane appears to his left. So I guess Jane could have, but I don't see any way John could have.
Well, he could have. He could have, and we just don't see it in the
food,
camera. So, yeah, he was looking down at his food. So he's not really. He doesn't really. We don't need to see him get into the booth from the front door or the back door. We can assume. He is facing the front door, which is fine. Basic instincts. So John could have just come through the side door or the back door. And just chose to sit down in front of him.
Well, maybe it's not just. Maybe I'm just putting this all on Eddie. Maybe it's just this scene doesn't make sense to me then of how they just appear.
Well, you also don't really like the actor. Is that also part of it?
Well, that would be why I'm kind of putting it
That's
on
the
Eddie
vibe I'm
here, or
getting.
if it's Vaughn. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's practical how they just appear then.
I don't, like I said, I don't.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just see it as Eddie eating food. He doesn't really need to be looking for anybody. He doesn't need to be looking at the door.
Okay,
He's just
I'm
minding his
I'm
own
watching
business
the
eating.
scene. He's not eating.
But
He turns left to look at a waitress, which pulls the camera away, and when it comes back, John's there.
Okay, so he's waiting for his food.
Either way, he doesn't
I just don't
need
think
his
it's
guard
a
up.
real
So
issue.
He's shocked that John's there, and then no, it's the shot of Eddie, so no one you can see behind Eddie, and he's looking at John, so he can see anything in front of him. So if he can see anything in front of him, then Jane either teleported or jumped over the counter.
we don't need to see them entering through the side or back door, though, Springs. We could just assume.
They could have also been there before Eddie, for all we know.
That's true. We have no idea.
And like you said, Eddie was looking at a girl when John showed up?
He looked to his left where Jane would have been.
Okay, so he wasn't looking at the door when John entered.
No.
All right, there's your explanation of John entering. Jane, yeah, plethora of ways she could have entered, I think, without him noticing. This was not the part I thought we'd be
I know.
harping on.
Okay. Genuine
Um,
question. So I have a genuine question for you, Springs. Do you take issue then with Batman constantly disappearing and reappearing next to people in places where they clearly would see them coming? Clearly could see him coming.
At appearing, sometimes yes. Disappearing, no. I've never had a disappearing thing be a thing because he always does it when they turn around or look at evidence or something, and he vanishes then. He never... Does Batman get the information he wants? Probably. He probably already knows the things, whatever they're talking about, but he more than likely does not let them finish their sentence or listens to what they say.
Okay.
At the time of them turning around for him to leave, he leaves.
All right.
No matter what
The only
information
reason I'm
he's
asking
gonna
is
know.
the only reason I'm asking is if you just hold those also to the same standard. So you do take issues with him appearing sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Because then people are just flat out blind,
Okay.
just bumping into him or whatever.
Okay.
I just it's 3 seconds from when Eddie turns his head left that John sits down.
Like I said, he doesn't have to come through the front door, and I don't know the way the camera's facing because I don't have it up. So.
Okay. I just think they teleported. I'll just go with that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take off my problems of Eddie of being blind or whatever and just say they just teleported in.
It's part of their skill set, I suppose. Whatever.
Well, I mean, like I said, they could have been there already. Just
Okay.
at a booth disguised, who knows, who cares?
Whew,
I don't
okay.
know.
All right.
Well, they're wearing Jesus Rocks bowling uniforms.
Guess that's where they slept last night.
Probably took the Coleman's clothes out of the car.
Those were the clothes hanging in the Coleman's. Yeah,
Ah.
that the in the back seat or hanging on the hook, or whatever.
Before we move completely on from this act, I do want to talk about the conversations that they had in the car during the shootout. I thought they were wonderful. Yep. They were great dialogue to build characters. We found out that we found out that John's been married once before, and Jane, being a bit of more on the girly side, gets a bit jealous over it, and then we also learned about her being an orphan. Fake wedding, good stuff, good content for character building, and lots of good banter.
What's her name and her social security number?
Yeah. Good. And all right, so what is final thoughts for the very action-packed act before we move on?
What part? This act?
Act 4, yeah. Final call.
No police.
No police. Yeah, that's consistently a problem.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
All right, then we shall move on to Act 5, which is kill comparisons in the van. They're planning to kill their original target at the beginning of the film, all the way to the final shootout into therapy. So I will throw this grenade at you first, Sprinks.
I have a question about, was it Benjamin, the tank, or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the tank.
Does he have a tattoo or not?
No idea.
Because it seems in the photos that he has like this circular round thing on his right side of his face from like his cheek down his neck in the images they show on like Intel and everything they have on him, but the actual character himself has nothing.
I don't remember that.
I mean, I wouldn't know, so he could have
helped you on that one.
Can't help you that one.
Okay.
I do like
you have it visually for yourself, so you're more likely to answer.
Well, that's why it's both. The images they're showing online of the tank, or Benjamin Dans, I guess is his name, has this neck tattoo thing that they've shown a couple times in the footage. I think they showed it back in the desert when they're going after the target. He has this tattoo thing they show in Jane's agency, but himself, he doesn't have any of it.
Okay. Well, I don't remember him having it in the opening scene where he's getting the mission. It might have been something they specifically just did for the mission, like in the mission photos. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could conclude.
It's a very minor thing, so I got nothing for you there.
Okay.
Let's see. I really like that he's wearing a Fight Club shirt in the interrogation scene.
I have that in my notes. Yep.
We don't talk about Fight Club. Brad Pitt's right there. That's funny.
Good. That is good.
That is a good reference. Yeah. All right, Crimson, you got something?
I'll bring up their little tit for tat kill count. Just poor John, man. He was trying to be kind with her. Like, somewhere around 50, 60. I'm a little experienced. 312. What?
Brutal honesty.
Soul crushing.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can recover from that. Really, that's a pretty deep blow.
There goes his ego. Do you think
I know,
maybe?
he's
Maybe.
probably the best at his department too.
Yeah.
He's dunked on it.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's why he went off script. He's like, all right, I gotta catch up.
I think the only reason they had Jane be the person in the chair and John to go in is because of to show them a little more clumsy on their first mission together.
Yep.
I think if it was the other way around, it would have been very successful.
I agree.
I don't. Well, if they took the same route through the plumbing, and it ended up being a single pipe and no lift, he'd be panicking at the computers while she'd be berating him. I think so.
Yeah, I will say I don't think John has the technical skills. I mean,
Maybe.
yeah, because
Because the same hurdle would come up.
Yeah, because
Everything
snatching a
is
camera,
to do the lights.
because snatching a camera feed is way different from this.
Maybe. I don't know. It just didn't seem like Jane knew what she was doing on the computer.
They're both. She's definitely out of her elements, but of the two, I think she has better understanding of what she's supposed to do.
I think she knew what she was doing. Everything she did was successful. What I don't know is how they got the pipe map wrong.
Well, she didn't know how to turn the lights back on.
Well,
I mean, she did turn them back on.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is that it took a long time for her to something happened on her end that delayed her turning them on. She knew how to. It was just delayed.
Also, really weird line of dialogue that they said they covered the police bands just to make sure no police radio was coming through.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It explains why the police not being here for this situation.
Yeah.
Doesn't help for the rest.
I think it would have been. It's a line that shouldn't have been used. I don't think they
don't like that they used it.
No, I think them indicating to the police that have already not been present for most of this movie should not be talked about to be brought up. That they indicate that the police are a problem,
All right.
or could be a problem.
Okay, but outright ignoring a problem doesn't innately fix it. And acknowledging the problem in an instance where you've solved it, and this one time, doesn't fix all of it, but it does make the scene better in isolation.
Not to me.
Why?
Because speaking of the police, is taking care of it in the said mission of, no interference of police or whatever, which I believe some of the guards, this goes back to what you two were saying, that everyone in where they're going to go get Tank is a part of the agency, but some of them are in police uniform. So it's indicating that those police, which John and Jane believe are police holding the Tank, are what no outgoing or incoming signals, which is the police band they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's indicated that they know this now and are talking about police being a problem now, is a problem for everything in the past that there wasn't. So the indication that they know and even think of the police is something that just doesn't make sense of why it was never a thought in the past, unless John thinks Eddie's going to take care of it, or Jane thinks her agencies are going to take care of it, or whatever, or a friend are just going to.
Well, if the only thing, okay, in the sense of their respective assassinations, going to the beginning here, because that's the major issue I take with the police not being here. They're a bit frantic about calming civilians in the dinner explosion scene, so I'm more willing to let that one go rather than the first assassination ones. In their instance,
also, this seems more like a private held, I guess not prison, but a private held area where I don't know if anyone would really think about calling police, unless as I stated, some people wearing police outfits for calling simply for backup.
They're at the federal courthouse.
Okay, so calling for backup then. Yeah. But what you two have said earlier, so everyone currently at the federal courthouse is working for the agency?
I never made that
anyone
claim.
guarding him.
So I imagine the people directly guarding him would be part of the agency. Yes, I'm not going to say everyone in the building is though.
Okay. It just seems weird that this is a more private, secured area opposed to open public roads where a police cruiser of any sort would have been more present in that than here. And it's simply not here because they said they blocked it.
Well, did they say they blocked it or they're monitoring it?
I thought Jane said that.
Jane said she
monitor.
I thought
police bands.
I'm kind of I think if I'm remembering correctly, I'm with Springs. They say they're blocking frequencies. They're blocking 911 calls to the police band.
Okay. Well, that makes it better than what I thought then.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, that I where was it? So yeah, I see where you're coming from, Springs. But I'd rather them acknowledge the problem and deal with it in a specific instance than them not acknowledge it at all. Because with this, we could at least imply something for other things, even if it's not strong. But at least it can be implied. And that to me is better than absolutely nothing.
And to me, it's not, because them implying that they can do something about it and cover it in the scene simply works for just this scene because.
But no, this implies that they can cover up the assassination stuff.
Well, true, but the fact that police hasn't been shown before doesn't seem like a problem now. If it did, it would be a problem to me if they did show up. Because every instance
you're acting like there's no police in this world, though. We know there's police, and we know what a job of a police officer is supposed to do.
Yeah, they are. The movie's already shown us police officers at this point, so we know they exist in this world.
But police officers haven't been called on anything.
Yes, but what this scene does is imply. What this scene does is imply, not strongly, because I'm not going to say they do it very strongly. It implies that the agencies typically take care of it because they have the ability to block police bands.
This does not fix the bomb issue, as we stated.
I simply think this police band thing is just for a cover-up to help this one scene and protect this one scene. It
doesn't matter if it's just a cover-up to help this one scene. It now implies something for the rest. Movies and stories are not things in isolation. They have said this, so we can apply it to everything.
Okay, and that okay.
Well, like, for instance, it makes no sense. But if John's like, I have a daughter, and we just find out, it means everything up to this point means he's had a daughter. Kind of similar situation.
This goes to a core thing that this goes why I hate Doctor Strange 2 so much. Because Doctor Strange 2 has a lot of great scenes in isolation. The problem is it does not work in congruence of what's come before. Now we have nothing related to this specifically up until this point. So we can imply this now for the rest of the story. It's not strongly. It doesn't fix all the issues, but it's putting duct tape over holes, which is something. It's not strong, but it is there.
And Springs, I don't want you to think I'm being argumentative, but I do agree that the police definitely is a problem in this movie.
No. We all agree it's a problem. I'm just saying that this is a patchwork that they have attempted to apply. I acknowledge that it's there. We can apply it now to the rest of the scenes. It doesn't fix everything, but it is.
I get what you're saying. It can't be ignored and isolated into one scene, being that it is shown now in the movie that it is a thing. It is to apply to all of it.
Yeah.
That it was always a possibility.
Yes.
Get it. I got that.
Okay.
That I understand.
All right. Are we good to move on?
Yeah, I think we got other things to talk about.
All right. I'll throw it to you first, Springs. Where do you want to go next?
I have a question. A little further on, is Costmart and Homemade, are those two stores connected, or are they two separate stores?
See, I was thinking if that's kind of like a JCPenney's, Macy's thing. I have no idea.
I have no idea. No.
Because if they are connected, it's a very weird looking layout, and if they're not connected, I don't know why Costmart would be promoting and selling items of Homemade if the store is right next door.
I think they might be like.
Do they share a parking lot? Maybe
They do share a parking lot. We know that for sure.
Yes.
I
So
also.
in Costmart, because they're only in Costmart, we never see them go into Homemade. But in Costmart, there are signs and things talking about Homemade. Even when they're in the elevator, it says get a gift card at Homemade, but they're in Costmart.
Yeah, I mean, like it could just be a big corporation that happens to own both, so they're just supporting each other's brands, like their sub brands. So I don't have too much of an issue with that,
kind of like how certain grocery stores have banks in them, right? That they still advertise that there's a bank within the store. So I'm fine with that, I suppose. I did know that they did film at an IKEA at certain parts.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely an IKEA.
No, yeah, absolutely.
That's not a Costco look.
That's not a Costco, Costmart, or Homemade look. Definitely, I felt the IKEA. Let's see. I will, skipping over the rest of the rescue operation, I will bring this back to the interrogation scene really quickly.
Okay.
I kind of like they sort of do the good cop bad cop thing, where he's just trying to be like kind to the tank, and then she gets fed up and just hits him, and very quickly breaks because he's in over his head.
Option A.
So I do like that, and again, it's one of the things. Dialogue in this movie is pretty strong throughout, at least for their banter. Yeah, I just have a general like for the scene. And then this is also the huge twist that they were the targets from the start.
Yeah, we covered that pretty thoroughly.
We already covered that pretty thoroughly, so we can move on from that.
There's a detail about the scene that I like, and then the same detail I don't like, so it balances it out.
All right.
Which is, I like that they use the mattress to cover the window, so no one can see them. Yeah. But I don't like that if anyone looked through the window, they'd see a mattress against it.
From afar, could it be seen as curtains or anything?
My assumption is that they close the curtains and put the mattress there to prevent someone from breaching in unintentionally. Like it's just an extra thing. Though obviously it doesn't matter when they have to leave. So.
There's only one exit.
Is it an issue that a lot of people died for the bait?
Oh,
in the courthouse.
Look, to me, no, because that's not how I saw it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say technically it is a problem.
Okay. Yeah, why?
Like we kind of glossed over a little bit. It's like there's not much of a reason to why they have them kill each other. It's pretty thin.
Yeah.
Excuse.
Yeah.
So I would say technically, yeah. Everybody that died from this movie, all the I don't know, heavily armored people, all of them kind of needlessly died.
Yeah.
But that's.
No, that's fair. I mean more so the courthouse when they're breaking in, not the shootout, because the shootout's self-defense. They're both going after each other, so all deaths there are like earned in a way. Like all deaths there are expected to a degree. You're willing to sacrifice all these people to get these two. You obviously failed, but
Ryder, you and I both believe at the courthouse that the people guarding the tank are the agency members.
Yes, so I'm fine with them dying.
They fall under the same umbrella.
Yeah, I'm fine with them dying. I'm talking about the people he was killing before he got to them. Like, is that too messy for the agencies?
So in the hallway when it's in the dark before he blows open the door.
Yes. They could be more people from the agency out there, but we don't really know. And I'm not going to say that all the people here are the agent work for the agencies.
Yeah.
The reason I asked this question is because I was kind of indifferent. I'm like, it's kind of a bit of a problem that spy agencies are have so much collateral damage to a degree. Whereas,
Yeah, I'd say it's a problem if it's just normal courthouse employee security or whatever.
okay. And then I was just curious as to where the vibe was on that. All right, Crimson, your turn to take it away.
And I guess might as well jump into the big fight scene. So when Jane threw that knife into his leg, I'm curious what you guys
I
thought of that.
wrote this down. This is either a knock to her intelligence if it was an accident, but if it was on purpose, I'm more okay with it.
Yeah, I'm not okay with either.
Like I said, it's not. It's
funny.
It's funny. It's definitely played for laughs. I still have an issue with it. I still have an issue with it if she did it on purpose, right? But I would have more of an issue with it if it was on accident.
Because how do you accidentally throw an additional knife and it happens to hit?
I believe I'm with Crimson on this, where I don't necessarily like it either way for the point of in-movie characters. For audience perspective, I think this was just another comedic beat, so it didn't feel off-putting of a lot of seriousness to a joke. So it was more, sprinkled throughout to make it feel more comically balanced. But I don't. If she intentionally threw the knife at him, that seems like a waste, and they're on each other's side now, so it seems a little too far. If it was by accident, I might be a little more lenient because in the middle of gunfire, but that makes it seem like she's a little rusty.
Which is not true.
Because she's working with a partner now.
Well, she nailed everybody with those knives.
Yeah, like I said, I'm in that camp of like, this is definitely funny. I liked it as an audience joke, but for characters, this is not. I don't like it.
He took it like a champ, though.
Yeah, he did. To be fair, I mean, like, they obviously want to give her something comedic because he had his moment with the two giant wrenches that he just beat down two people with. That he kind of did a shindig with it, and then she laughed, and they continued on their merry way, because it is a comedy movie, so I understand they want to give her something comedic. I just don't like the action that they gave her to do, even though I like the tone that they're trying to keep.
I'll throw this out here. So I counted every single person that got downed. Whether or not they got beat and could still be alive is irrelevant.
Okay.
If they got down, I counted it.
All right.
How many do you think were visibly downed or visibly shot?
Visibly shot? Throughout the whole
fight?
Throughout
this cost mark fight, yeah.
Not counting the very, very end bit. Like when they come out of the shed.
When they come out of the shed and spinning, I paused at every single one.
Oh.
To count every visible kill.
Oh,
I'm sure there's way more that got killed than I caught. But
yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess somewhere
everyone.
between 20 and 30.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go with 31.
They got 46 people.
Jesus Christ!
Visibly confirmed as getting downed in some fashion.
Jesus, talk about losing a bunch of agents. Yeah, they really lost out on that one. Hey guys, we should have just let them stay together.
There are some glaring issues in some of these scenes where, specifically that one where they're spinning around shooting everybody.
Oh yeah,
there's people getting shot that aren't getting aimed at.
Yeah, and she clearly can't see past him when they're facing each other and shooting around each other. So yeah, there's definitely some issues.
There's a lot of really cool involved here.
Yeah, a lot of gimmicks that were really cool, and I'm okay with really cool if the movie earns it, and this movie did because I still like it, but not gonna ignore the problem.
Up to the tool shed part, I think a little detail that we've said that is still good is Jane's going lethal and John's going just unconscious.
So Jane's throwing. I didn't keep track of that.
Through the heart.
Yeah. I didn't keep track of that.
John's looking him out with a wrench and a gun to the face and just.
I guess so. Yeah, I didn't notice.
I didn't keep. Yeah, didn't notice that one. Nice.
Also,
And the
Angelina Jolie dual wielding pistols. It's a little iconic.
Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider.
I did those. Did that come out after though? Wasn't that 2006?
Maybe this is what inspired it. They saw the two pistols and went, "Oh shit!"
Their Tomb Raider movie came out.
I'll look it up. But the final guy that got killed, right before that, there was still a lot of people standing around the room. They kill him, and then everybody's dead. So there's definitely some
Hey, obviously the bullets were still just in flight, and they just didn't hit him until that moment. Like it was what is it called? Super hot. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, definitely have a continuity error of when they go in the shed. There's no bullets on the outside. When Jane closes the door, there's 3 bullets in the door, and then it goes back to outside, and there's not a single bullet on the door.
Yeah. To be fair, there's a lot to keep track of.
there's lots to keep track of, and a lot does break down here.
Yeah.
Most third acts do stumble. I still I smirk at it. I still enjoy it, but yeah, I am not gonna say this is without flaw because there is a lot of flaws
realistic.
Here. Yeah.
But really cool. The fact that they only got shot
actually,
in their
hold
vests.
on. Yeah, there is one thing I will say that I do really love about the movie throughout the whole thing, even here, is that the bullet's kinetic energy doesn't actually stop when it hits them. Like each bullet feels like a punch, so you can see their body moving when they get shot.
Recoil.
Their recoil, which is really fucking wonderful detail. And the fact that all the bullets hit their chest, their torsos where their armor is, yeah, very convenient. It is obviously the biggest target about them, but I would happily say that from 2 special agencies that are supposed to be good at this sort of thing, they would be dead.
The only injury we see them physically take is John with the knife in his leg.
And she gets shot in the arm, right? Because she gets knocked off.
Did she get hit in the arm? She got knocked off. I don't know if she got hit in the
arm.
Well,
the reason I'm assuming so is because she's kind of dragging herself behind cover, like slowly. So I assume she got hit somewhere.
I mean, definitely possible. Most likely probable.
Considering all the bullets, I'm going to assume she got shot.
Yeah. Shoot, I had another thing. Darn it. It's gone.
Another thing, John switches weapons. He went from shotgun to automatic in the elevator. It was a quick cut. He lost the gun.
That's what it was, shotgun. Jane totally got deaf.
Again.
When he fired that shotgun from her back, it was right next to her head.
Oh yeah, she is deaf. She once again went partially deaf.
Shotgun right next to the head.
It looks like Jane didn't necessarily get shot to injure herself. She jumped down from the top railing while sniping.
Okay, so she didn't get shot then. I assume that
she just landed wrong, I guess.
Okay.
A self-injury.
A self-injury. Well, I'll take it. It means at least they're not invincible. I will say this:
the classic elevator music.
Yeah, which was funny. I will say the guy who really let the team down the most, though, was the guy who missed the RPG, shooting down in a very, very obvious spot to shoot them. Really let down the team.
There was like 2 or 3 RPG shots that all missed.
Yeah, but only the one guy had the RPG, so I'm assuming he fired the first one, reloaded, tried again, and missed by the same way, pretty much, virtually.
I mean, these people put stormtroopers to the test on aiming. They're hitting their marks, but they're not hitting the flesh.
It's true. They're at least landing, and they're at least hitting the armor. All right,
hitting their legs or arms or anything.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of wearing something to cover their arms, like it looks like a very thinly made chainmail. But obviously it's not as thick as the torso armor. So,
let's see, that's. I don't know. Do you want to bring up the talk in the shed? Pretty brief.
Yeah, I'll let you take it away. Yeah.
Oh, I asked if you wanted to.
Oh, okay, sure. I'll take care of it. Yeah, the talk in the shed. It's really good. There
we go.
Yeah. No, I I like that this is kind of where she's admits, because there's that whole point where she kind of dares, she's like, you can leave if you want, but I'm gonna stay and fight. And then here she admits, she's like, there's nowhere I'd rather be than here. She's finally kind of accepted it, and she's always been the slow one, like to come to terms
She's
with her
always the
emotions.
first one to bail.
Yeah, she's the first one to come to terms, like always the last one to come to terms with her emotions. So I like that she acknowledges that here, like I'm staying for this because this is worth staying for. I really do.
And it's a little too late, anyways.
Yeah, it's a little too late, anyways. Yeah. And he's like, the vacation, sounds really good to write about now. And he's like, very rainy this time of year. So she kind of tosses it to the side. I really like the exchange. It is too late, but also, she chose to stay from the beginning. So she's just admitting openly.
You got anything, Sprinks?
No, it's all kind of been covered by you two so far.
We're kind of approaching the end, so do we have any final thoughts on the fight itself? And then we can kind of talk a bit more about the therapy, I suppose, at the end, if we want to have, if we have anything to say about it.
Actually, John's armor comes down to like a straight line, like a vest, to cover pretty much his whole torso, but Jane's comes down to almost, I don't know, like a V towards the end, because I think it shows off her, like, bottom of her stomach on the left and right, which was a little odd to me that they're not same sizing.
Yeah, can't explain
that.
Woman's cut.
Woman's cut. Hey,
that's not safe.
Yeah. Not practical, but cool. We get to see her hips. Nice.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty well covered. Other than the therapist.
All right.
Which we have not really talked about throughout this.
Yeah, I figured we save it for the end. So I guess the last thing to talk about for the film is what did you all think of the therapy?
I thought it was a good bookend device, I guess.
It's also good. It's also a good stage setter at the beginning too.
Mm-hmm.
To help kind of pull us into their relationship. You got anything specific you want to talk about from the therapy scene, Springs?
I think the last one's the one I like the most, because it's the actually only one that's linear to the rest of the story. All the other ones are time jumps. You don't really know when they are.
That's true. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Because everything in the movie is linear so far except the therapy sessions. Besides this last one.
Yeah. I mean, you have the idea that the earlier ones are like in their domestic time period sort of thing. But
true. But they start the movie with that.
They do, yes.
Which I'm not saying it's a bad way to start the movie. That's not what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
It's that way, like the bookends, as Crimson said. But I also don't think they needed to touch on it more. I don't think they needed more therapy sessions. Maybe like a little joke session, or a little more of the one-on-ones, because they only had one of each to explain something. But then I don't want it to come across as the feeling of like a Modern Family or Office, where it's like the interview thing.
It's too much.
People's feeling.
Yeah,
I don't want that. I think the best thing about it is you don't see the therapist. I like that. There's no character needed. There's no screenshot of them. It's just the two. It's just Jane and John and their facial expressions and body language to the questions being asked. I think that worked very well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. My big gripe with it is the time jump, because it's the only thing that's not linear. I think it would have worked stronger if they had a like behind the scene, like a flashback to like a previous hit or mission, or when they first met each other, it was told maybe a little later in the movie or something like that. Maybe would have smoothed it better. But
that's fair. I do think that they're I guess I like them in that they're not overused, because it would be very difficult. Like, I'm trying to think how I would use them if I were to write the story. It'd be very difficult to kind of you don't want to overplay it, like you said, and it'd be very difficult for them to be honest with the therapist too, because unless this is a company supplied therapist, which we know it's not because both of them are going to see the same therapist, it would be very hard for them to talk for real about everything. Um, but yeah, I'm in agreement, pretty much. So, and with that, I guess
I'll echo and say the same.
Yeah.
I do have a question. How do you feel about it ending without really an ending? How did their problems get solved here?
The therapy thing as a bookend, I think, fitted nicely, and I think the end of a shootout was fine. I think both of those hand in hand worked fine to make an acceptable ending.
Yeah, we still got our climax. So it wasn't like Dune, the Denis Villeneuve's Dune, where it just ended abruptly. We actually had our act structure for the most part, so it felt like a climax. There is also definitely a margin of safety that they have with this ending in that they don't have to explain everything.
Okay, because it's so open ended to everything. Why did the agencies stop?
Well, I mean, obviously they intended to continue the story, so they might have delved into that in the the aforementioned TV show or whatever.
I'll say if we were
they
given
did
the
that
list,
because of the success. This was originally going to be a one-off.
if the three of us were given the list of all 50 endings, what do you think the possibility of us all choosing this one would be?
Well, I probably would have picked the one where they went after the bosses.
I would have done that as well, just to flush out that aspect of the world a little more.
I mean, more Keith David would be nice.
Yes.
Yeah, so this being the best possible ending out of 50, it's probably not the most likely. Based off of the one possible one I know.
I
Do you
think
think this is the
I
one
think
out of 50 that had the therapy session?
I think they specifically chose it for the therapy session, 1, and 2, because of the ambiguity and open-endedness they could leave it with. So yes, obviously, they're not necessarily sequel baiting, but they still wanted to leave the door open.
The director talked about the ending. I don't remember what he said about it, though. It was supposed to parallel relationships and how they don't end or something. And you don't know how it's going to end.
I mean,
I don't remember specifically what he said about it.
I mean, if he's going from that angle, then I'd say he succeeded.
Okay.
With the ambiguity of the open ending. Like, if that was his goal, I would say he achieved that goal because it's so open and so unknown. The ambiguity.
All right. Yeah, I agree, though. It is a pretty satisfying conclusion with the climax and everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just wanted our thoughts on it then?
Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, we shall... do we have any final thoughts before we move on to summary and ratings?
Carrie Fisher was involved in the writing.
Really?
Is that true?
Yeah. I don't know what capacity, but she was involved.
I mean, Carrie Fisher is a very sassy woman, so I can absolutely believe she wrote some of Angelina Jolie's dialogue. I mean, that's all I got to say on that one. I'm very used to Carrie Fisher. One thing I always hear about is her back sass. So,
oh yeah,
her back sass and her wit.
Other than that, I'm pretty well fun.
All right.
Yeah, I think that covers my notes. Well, I have a finishing question, but we can get past that a little more. Okay. Well.
Yeah, if you got to finish your question, go.
Yeah. How important? Because Ryder, you didn't bring this up at the beginning, or yet so far. How important do you think numbers are in this movie?
They do, like, you mean the 5 and 6 year thing?
There's a lot. There's the 5, there's the 6, there's the both answering 8 to the first question, then they answered 10 at the end of the movie, There's the 5003 of the building number for Jane, which is a total of 8. I don't know if it's a countdown. I don't know if it's getting us further in the movie. I just know numbers are throughout.
I don't really
There's-
have. I don't see any significance with them. So unless you can put together something significant with them, I'm not. I don't have anything.
The only thing I can see is that there's no repeats.
Oh, it's like
there's
Pi.
a 5 on the bomb, which is
Well, the bomb
5.
shows 7, 6, and 5 before
Yeah.
going out of sight.
Which the 5 would repeat the 503 or 003 thing that you brought
Yeah.
up.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't really see a connection between
Okay.
numbers.
There was just a lot of numbers throughout the movie, and I didn't know if it was a connection of anything.
Well, fair enough. Let's see. Who should go first? I will select among my poor staff members here, my coworkers.
Sinister.
Yeah, Sinister. You go
Yes.
first.
Does anyone have Sinister?
Riveting.
No, I asked him yesterday, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah, riveting. All right. Sprinks, why don't you lead us off?
Sure. Let's go with subjective. Second time watching this movie. Apologies that it seems like I watched a different movie than you two.
I'm hoping we cleared up some of your confusion.
It sparked some discourse.
Yes.
Yes, it seems like on another viewing I'll see how it goes now. But I'm going with what I stated is what I saw. That's what I'm basing both my objective and subjective off of what I've stated.
So, okay.
So, or by what I mean is the movie I watched.
He did say
compared
his
to-
objective changed at one point while we were
Yes.
discussing. So let's see.
So subjectively, saw it once a long time ago. Kind of remember it. Saw it now. It's, as I said at the very beginning, it's not one I would classify as a favorite. It's an action film. Its writing is fine. The funny parts are good. I think it's a good connection or indication of, like, it's got the feel of Guardians of the Galaxy, kind of the action and comedy. But it's, to me, it's nothing really special. So subjectively, I give it a 6. I mean, it's not a bad movie. It's okay.
Okay.
All right,
Objectively,
that's what I was expecting.
Yeah.
objectively, I for 2005, it's okay. The music I think was pretty good. I like the music throughout of the little the intense parts, the low parts, the quiet parts. And looking at it, it's by John Powell, the composer who also did The Bourne,
How to Train Your
movies,
Dragon.
How to Train Your Dragon, Crimson. He did Evolution, which I know
Oh.
you like that one. And most recently, he did Don't Worry, Darling, which I haven't seen yet. But yeah, he did that, and I it's fine. There's things I like. The camera work I think was cool. It's a lot of, like, up in the air kind of things, but the camera work I think it's cool. If it's earlier for shaky and becomes more steady as they get more mature in their relationship, I like that. I totally like the whole outfits and costume design that they stuck with for John and Jane throughout the movie. I think that was really good. The action I think still holds up, even though some of the CGI fire and whatnot is, dated, but still works. I think it's a little up in the air that the only damage they took is of each other punching each other and fighting in the house, and not a graze of a bullet or anything throughout the whole firefight. The lack of a police is a problem. The agencies, it's just goons going after them. Not really show who's working for who.
Mm-hmm.
In the agencies, kind of, it's not like we
No
know
clear
this is
distinction.
Agency.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that to me is a little bit of a problem. The whole cop police band I already brought up was weird. The neighborhood community thing I think was fine in the terms of how I thought John saw it versus how Jane saw it. The doll thing I guess was just in the moment. I didn't know if you two saw anything on that, but I guess there's nothing else of it. other than the only thing I can think of is in the order of it went of like a live baby, a full baby, and then a little head, is the idea that a baby was never going to be in their future, and the idea just died out. I don't know if I'm. Who knows? Um, but I guess overall, objectively, I'm giving my score did change because of the police band thing we talked about. So in total, I'm giving it a 6.5.
And it was a 6 before?
It was a 7.
Oh, it went down.
It went down by half a point.
All right. Crimson.
All right. I will go with my objective first. So, as I kind of brought up earlier with the practical and visual effects, I think they were pretty good, especially for its time. There's only like one bad CG moment, and it's just very short during the house explosion. Everything else looks good. I guess in terms of costumes, I didn't see symbolism behind any of it. And after this podcast, I can gladly say I still don't think so. But it was nice to hear you guys' thoughts on it. But they definitely look like spies and assassins. So still get the points for them with costume department. The action sequences were all pretty good. The weakest one for me would probably be the car chase. But even then, it's still pretty good. The relationship between John and Jane, you can feel it. Good acting, if there was any acting at all, between Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Supporting cast, there wasn't much. I liked Eddie. Eddie was good. His character was consistent, I think, throughout. I think all the characters pretty much were. Even Jane's friend. Yeah, just everything's pretty well rounded. The police is a problem. I agree. The lack of differentiating the organizations by the end is a problem. Why the agencies didn't take into control the situation in the first place by just taking them out is a problem, even with the embarrassing excuse or whatever agency embarrassments. Keith David's a waste, but I guess that's more subjective. So, funny enough, my rating stayed the same, and it is 6.5, like Sprinks, shockingly enough.
That's a shocker.
It's surprising. And subjectively, though, like I said, this is up there with one of my favorite movies. I have a LetterBox if anyone wants to look, and I crunched the numbers. Only 6% of the over 800 movies I've watched have a 9 or a 10, and this fits in there. So top 6%, I gave it a 9 because I enjoyed this movie a lot. There's nothing in it that's like, I don't like this part. It's annoying. It's all very fun. It's just a fun movie.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, this is gonna be me tooting my own horn, and they're gonna use some similar scores here. I subjectively, I'll do that one first because I always like doing my subjective first. I also really love this movie. I also, but this is also because I really love the archetypes. I obviously, as I've been expressing, and I get made fun of for, I really do like the femme fatale archetype, and I do love the really nonchalantness that's a part of Brad Pitt's character and him being an assassin, or a hitman. I do have a lot of subjective love for this movie. I think the comedy's funny. A lot of the comedy lands with me, and and yeah, I mean, even with his problems, I still find it very, very entertaining. It is a movie that I thoroughly enjoy rewatching whenever I get the chance. So my subjective is a 9. Objective. I Yeah, the police is a problem. You're not going to hear me beat that one over the head because that's been brought up. Characters are great. I think their chemistry is wonderful for most of them. I Obviously the focus being Mr. and Mrs. Smith themselves as characters. I think they're really, really great. They have very, very different facets as to what makes them good assassins. And they play really well off each other, both the actors and the characters. The banter is really well written. I think the comedy is extremely well written. There's not a joke that's wasted per se, even if it's tonally incongruent. Like we talked about Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie's character throwing a knife and hitting Brad Pitt with it. Yes, this does damage the character work a little bit, but it is still funny, so the comedic timing is good. And while I do value character work over comedic timing, I acknowledge that the comedy for the most part is well written in this movie, and it needed to be. Otherwise, this movie would not land very well. The plot has some conveniences here and there. The police being the most major of all of them, and it is. We're not really sure about the organizations in terms of their world building, and it is a little. We're very lucky that they've decided to go about it this way, and the justification we have at best is very, very flimsy. But it does facilitate a good character journey for at least Brad Pitt and Mr. and Mrs. Smith themselves as characters. The various side characters, Jane's motley crew of ladies, might as well all be bunched together. There's not really anything more to them, which I think would have helped if it was just one, in the way that Brad Pitt has only one real friend character. I was about to say Zappy, but yeah, that's a quarterback. But the he. Vince Vaughn is okay. He's Eddie. Yeah. I mean the character. I'm sorry, I meant the actor. He does okay with the role. But we discussed that one at length. I do like him. I think he's funny. He's a great side character and adds to his own. I love all the interactions with the neighborhood all the interactions with the neighbors that the two of them have, even if Jane's are much more minuscule. And I do think the journey at the end is quite nice. But not to beat this over the bush for too long. I think the characters are what hold the movie up to this day, because CG's again fairly nice. I do like the music timing, but it is for me it does come down to the characters the most. And I also am giving this objectively a 6.5.
Wow.
Yep. That was it was a 7 going in, but over the course of the day it did drop down to 6.5, and I had settled on that score about an hour ago. So
Are you subjective?
No, this is objective.
Oh, objective. Oh, okay.
Six and a half.
It was 9.
Yeah.
Wow, we all gave it 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 of us gave it a 9.
2 of us gave it a 9 for subjective. So another close one, lads. Either we're spending way too much.
Closest one.
Yeah. Either we're spending too much time together, or we're not spending enough.
Well, the funny thing is how we approach the 6.5 differently.
Well,
Yeah.
You two got the same exact score. Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well,
Your reasoning for it is different.
yeah, Crimson and I are usually fairly similar to score anyway. But that's just because we end up valuing the same things, even though we weighted a little bit differently. It does show up in some differences, but
Yeah, and Star only gives things 1, so it's a little difficult with him. But I think I'm the odd one here,
yeah.
especially if you've listened to the recaps.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Don't worry, this is going to come up.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, 6.5. Okay, so that with Lightyear would equal that this next movie.
Yeah.
It's funny how you're saying that, Sprinks. I'm literally looking at our chart of ratings right now
Yeah.
Of course you are.
and
Yeah.
shaking my head.
Yeah, it's just once again more
Continue.
content for recaps. But yeah, do we have any final things you'd like to say before I close this out, gentlemen?
Goodbye,
This
Mr.
season's
and
gonna be a
Sister.
different one. This
Oh,
season's
shoot.
gonna have.
I was going to bring this up in the beginning.
Oh yeah,
Sinister is going to take more of a backseat. He will probably be less prevalent.
yeah.
This season.
He will be here as a guest occasionally because he does want to pop in every now and again. But life is happening, so we can't love him and support him. That's what we're trying to do. And we all we can do is leave the door open for invitation. But he is.
Yeah, thank you too for bringing up this very heartwarming thing for Sinister right after what I said, which sounds like context of me being a bad guy. That's not
What are
my
you talking
intention
about?
of what I meant.
Yeah, I know it wasn't.
I meant the things chosen for this season.
Oh.
I want to put that out
I didn't
there.
even understand what I said.
Then yeah, no, we took it a completely different direction. What did you mean, Springs? Just that it was.
It was a Sinister, and I didn't mean that to be the different part of it. So, but yes, Sinister will be, of course, his voice in the conversations is always a delight.
But yeah, and he'll be around, but just won't be here as prevalently. And yeah, do you want to tease us about our next season, Springs? You were very excited, and I'm sorry we stepped on you.
We usually tease them in the recaps. I mean, we're already in this season.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, season 4, episode 1. Thanks for listening.
All right.
Man, what else comes out this season? Got a couple, some different, different things. We try to keep variety.
I heard we're exploring a garden, but I know nothing else about it.
Oh, I guess we can state. I don't think we said it in the recap, but I guess we can state. Because of Sinister, he won't be hosting one this season.
Mm-hmm.
So that gap where he would host is going to be set for a different style video, or different style. Sorry, a different style podcast.
Yeah.
It's still Cheap Seat Critics, but it's a new thing. We'll say that.
It's
So
something
tune in
new.
for that.
It's something new.
New and familiar.
Yeah.
It's not off-putting.
All right. And shall I close this out then, gentlemen?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Well, as always, you can find us at Spotify, Anchor, Overcast, Google Podcasts, Amazon, Castbox, and Pocket Cast, and Samsung. We're in a lot of spots, and we'll continue to expand out eventually. Obviously, if you found us on YouTube, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crumbs Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will see you later. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.